This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin FREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol, live. It's it's Wednesday now, right? It's Wednesday. I had a little mishap last night and couldn't do a show, which worked out probably for the best. I was not feeling well at all. I took like a 2 or 3 hour nap. I ate some soup. The housemate got me some like these zinc lozenges or something. I took one of those and ate some soup, took a nap and everything. I woke up and I'm like, wow, I feel better. Those zinc lozenges are cool. I'll go take another one. So I go in there like I'm in the bathroom. No overdose part 2. No. So I'm looking at the zinc lozenges and I notice that they say homeopathic. I'm like, wait a minute, I thought I was taking actual medicine. So I read the ingredients. There's no medicine in those motherfuckers. They're just like sugar pills. So then I come in here and I looked up the clinical research behind these zinc lozenges. And yes, zinc in some cases has been found, if you take it early enough while developing a cold, can help with the symptoms or help ease the symptoms. There is some evidence to that effect, but nothing conclusive. So I think it was just a placebo, or perhaps it was the chicken tortilla soup and nap that did me well. But the internet is back tonight. I'm feeling not the best, but hey, because I'm still a little sick and I'm still a little run down. I'm not as energetic as usual. I'm probably going to be a little more subdued than I would be, and that's probably a good thing for one Mr. Rob Noerr. Rob will be here shortly. Said he is running a little bit behind. I'm like, cool. Phoebe wanted to be here for the debate, so it's no biggie that he's late at all. Well, I told him I'm easygoing. We can play it by ear. Rob is supposed to be here within 10-15 minutes. And then I guess we'll do this debate. The topic is a double standard in the FBI. Phoebe, good evening. Yeah, let me say hey to everybody. Sky Comet, welcome. Thank you for being here. Warlord, always a pleasure. Aryan? That sounds weird. Aryan, maybe, possibly. Commenting over on YouTube, giving me the lowdown on Mr. Noerr. Don't worry, I've done my homework. Oh, I got it right. Well, I didn't want to be like, Aryan. Succuloid. Good evening, my friend. Today's meme of the day is a little, it's one of my, I like a good surrealist meme. Obvious Plant is always good for these types of memes. This is Surf Dog. Surf Dog has unfortunately been paralyzed from the waist down. This was supposed to be a fun game about a surfing dog, but then Surf Dog was paralyzed from the waist down. Overlook this picture of Surf Dog on the left there. This is an outdated photo. Surf Dog can no longer stand. Well, I didn't want to call you like Aryan and then like start throwing up Heil Hitlers and shit, right? That's weird. But also, I don't want to tell you how to say your name. God, I'm not high enough for this shit. RASCAS. I don't what? Huh? Ninetales. Good evening. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Do you mean the streaming problems last night? I think it might have just been I'm going to smoke weed with you. I think it might have just been the hurricane coming through, possibly. A potential delay to read-write operations as RAM module. Ooh, oh, okay. No, I think it really was the internet because I kept running speed tests. I don't think it was my computer. I appreciate you not fucking with me. I don't know, OBS crashed on me like twice today. And I'm not exactly sure why. Oh my fucking God. You would do that to me. Well, let me get it out of my system. Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, motherfucker, cocksucker, and titties. Get fucked. I love you guys so much. I mentioned it in the Discord, like fucking Jackson Hinkle's mods go and take up for Jackson Hinkle. My mods try to get me canceled and report me to the FBI. I love it. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I wouldn't trade it for anything. The timer has started. I will try not to cuss. Let's go over what we're going to talk about after the debate. Yeah, of course, I'm going to reference Carlin. Go over what we're going to talk about after the debate. We do have a show planned for you guys. However, I think we're going to wait and talk about some of the more heavy stuff. There was a wild incident last night with the cops in California, I believe it was. A dad murdered his daughter's mother and then abducted the child. They were engaged in a shootout with police. The daughter was wearing body armor. It seems like she tried to go and surrender to the cops, and the cops shot her dead. We don't know exactly what happened. So, you know my feelings. I'm probably going to be very, very critical of the cops. I did have, I don't think I have it saved in my computer. God damn it. Let me grab it from the Discord. Warlord sent me this. I think it came from Reddit. I didn't cuss. Did I? Did I cuss? Somebody hit the buzzer, but I don't think I messed up. I said God damn it twice. Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus. Jesus fuck. Reset the clock. For fuck's sake, there is no pleasing you people. First you complain about police being too passive at Uvalde. Now they're taking a more active role in murdering children, and it's still not enough. I love you guys. I'm so glad I gave you guys that option. I don't have to reset it again, right? I'm in the clear for this 20 seconds. But we're going to talk about that story. We're going to talk about oh shit. We're going to talk about this apparent pact that these two kids made in Texas where they were going to shoot their dads. One of them did it and the other one didn't. But we're not going to talk about those tonight. We're going to save those stories for tomorrow. Tonight's going to be a more lighthearted show. How about that? What are we going to talk? What do I mean when I say lighthearted, right? I'm going to talk about how Herschel Walker says that Jesus is okay with his domestic violence. We're going to talk about Lizzo being the first person ever to play James Madison's crystal flute. Joe Biden gave a shout out to a congresswoman who has been dead for months. Trump offers to broker a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Dr. Oz accuses John Fetterman of the way he dresses being a kick in the balls to authority, which once again, Dr. Oz doing a great job of campaigning for John Fetterman. Plus, a meteorologist drew a dick and balls on screen during their live coverage of Hurricane Ian. And of course, I've got video from Florida. Did I cuss during any of that? Greetings, Galido. Pleasure to see you, Mox. Good evening. A champ meteorologist. See now, Biden at it again, indeed. See, that's what I said. We're going to do the cop stories and everything tomorrow. Let's go ahead and do the fun stories tonight. All right, Rob just messaged me, asked me if I'm ready. Booyah.
I hate that my flags are always backwards on Discord.
Oh, I'm sorry that your flags are backwards. Let me get over here to you. Hold on one second.
You caught me saying that. Now everyone will know I'm secretly not a patriot. Damn.
I could make a pretty good argument for why you're not actually a patriot. I'm pretty positive.
Yeah, we'll see. We shall see, right?
We will. Let me adjust the crop over here on you. That's the only shitty part about bringing you on like in the stream is I have to kind of.
No, I'm a boomer. Like technologically wise, I'm always fidgeting with the screen and everything. I got these Discord calls down though. I got it. So my chat, our screens with my and your videos small enough where people could still see the chat. So took me a solid 3 years of streaming to learn that. So
I'll have you set up here in just a second. Let's see.
Now, are you going to be using video on the Discord call?
I am. You're already on screen, sir.
Yeah, but you're not in my Discord call.
Okay. Well, shit, I should have turned on my my camera. I gotta use split cam in order for you to see it without my chat and everything. Are you cool with seeing my chat?
It don't matter to me. However you want to do it. I mean, you don't even have to use camera if you don't want.
I mean,
most people are You're intimidated by how good looking I am, so you don't want to.
Man, I did my homework, so I've heard you use that one before. Can you knock that one off? That's real.
Yeah,
real cheesy.
And let me recommend to you, while we're giving comedic recommendations, maybe instead of Patriot jokes, next time you'll be more prepared with your camera being ready.
Ooh.
Snap. Now, are you a comedian? Am I right about that? You're actually a professional comedian?
I have done stand-up many a time.
Yeah. I have, but only an open mic, and I don't consider, until I'm paid, I wouldn't consider myself a comedian.
I've been on a few book shows. Predominantly open mics, but I've been on a few book shows. I have indeed gotten paid a 20 every now and again.
Yeah. Now, your camera's frozen for me. I don't know if it's working for you, but on the Discord.
Oh, okay. That's probably set to here. We'll get this worked out here. 'Cause it's probably set to. Yeah, it's set to split cam, so you're seeing one of my old ones. Let me give you OBS virtual cam.
There we go. The Troll Patrol. And look at that. Weed. This should be a fun one. You're going to need more than that.
Oh, I've already been token up. So they've got me under the no profanity, and apparently I've broke that, so I have to. It's gonna be hard during the chat to do this, or during our debate. Hopefully you can just talk and I can get through this 10 minutes without having to reset the clock.
Oh, okay. Well, I can talk for 2 hours if you want, and you could maybe learn. You know, you might be swearing afterwards when you realize how corrupt our government is.
Oh, you gonna learn me? Well, okay. Before we get started, the first thing I want to say to you is send my condolences and well wishes to Hank. I'm sorry the little dude broke his leg. Really man, I did they put a cast on it?
Yeah, he's in a full leg cast. Unfortunately, but yeah, he's doing all right. For those that don't know, my son Hank, he'll be 2 here in January. He fell off the couch, broke his leg. He's doing all right. He's not in any pain. They don't expect any long-term effects, but you know, he's in a leg cast. It sucks. He's a very mobile, active young man, so that means a lot. I really do appreciate it.
Well, I hope he gets it off in time for Halloween. You guys could go out, do some trick-or-treating and stuff.
Yeah, so far everything's gearing towards that, so I hope so as well. But yeah, thank you. Also, I don't know if you wanted to mention before we start this, I don't know if we have confirmed proof on this, but this was set up through a website called Rally Debates. The CEO kind of put me and you in contact with each other. He apparently had seen both of our show and thought we'd be a good match for a debate.
I agree with him. We're about the same size and everything. I went and looked at it. Yeah. I might be slightly bigger on YouTube. You're slightly bigger on Twitch. That kind of deal.
Oh, I thought you meant physically. I was like, I think I might have you beat in poundage, you know, as far as size goes. But
I'm deceptively fat.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not deceptively fat. Take that for what you will. But we think, and you could, if you have any confirmation on this, you could let us know. We think that unfortunately the gentleman that was going to moderate that set this up is probably in Florida with the hurricane.
That's just my guess.
Yeah. I mean, something came up because he was very proactive in reaching out to me, and I assume you was very excited for this. So I was unable to reach out to him today, and you weren't as well. So it is, as far as I'm concerned, I hope people still check out the website, rallydebates.com. If you enjoy what you see here tonight from Justin and me, it was set up by them. And by all means, check out their channel. And hopefully both of us will be involved in some capacity with them moderating to see if we like it at some point in the future. So,
well, after doing my homework, I think more informal and long form debate is probably going to be best for the two of us.
Yeah,
debate. I think this is going to be a nice chat.
Yeah, that's fine. The half-hour time limit was the one thing that I raised my eyebrow about, because it's like there's very few topics that you could have a meaningful debate or discussion on in a half an hour. And so, especially, you know, he was like, throw out some suggestions. I checked out a couple of your videos, saw that you were talking about Mar-a-Lago and stuff like that. I was like, see if he'd want to debate on sort of double standards of the FBI. He reached out to me, said, yeah, that's fine. But that's such a large topic.
I just do the news.
Yeah.
Like, so I cover whatever is in the news today. Like, you know.
But yeah, that's good enough for me for an intro. So for my audience, this is Justin FREAKIN, primarily streaming on YouTube, correct?
YouTube, Twitch, DLive, Facebook, we are everywhere. We're even on Odyssey, but the Odyssey chat doesn't show up.
Yeah, that's the same. Well, I'm not on Odyssey anymore, but yeah, I put the link in my chat there to your live stream right now. I would assume somewhere on your YouTube channel they could find links to all of your channels if they want.
Absolutely, and like I will do my best to change the description so you guys can link to Rob here. Just search Rob Noerr on YouTube and Twitch. It was easy to find you.
Yeah, I like that I'm on my screen. I'm mirrored here, so I'm kind of like looking at myself. It's nice. It's nice. But
so my chat's backwards.
Yeah, the flag's good on your side. So
well,
yeah,
sorry.
If you're ready to go, I am.
Okay, here's the first thing I want to do is like I want you to not be taken by surprise by this. I'm not a liberal. I am a leftist. So if you are expecting me to come here and defend the FBI or defend Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Hunter Biden, ain't gonna fucking happen, right? I will be factual. But like I am not here to defend any of them.
You know, I get so confused on what people's definitions are of their political ideology. Maybe it'd be easier for me. Like, if you had to name the politician that you have an affinity for the most in the United States, would it be like Bernie?
Absolutely.
Obama? Like, it would be Bernie?
It would be Bernie. It would be Rashida Tlaib. It would be Cory Bush. It would be Jamal Bowman. It would be, there's so many fantastic Congress people. I'm also a big fan of Keith Ellison in Minnesota. But here's,
not just the wife beating stuff, right?
Just observing the way you like to debate, and that was a good example of it. You really like to talk about personalities and kind of like the talking head kind of way of doing things on cable news, but that's not really me. I watch congressional hearings for fun, so I like to talk more about policy and facts and data that we can actually verify, as opposed to I would never come in here and debate the qualities of Hillary Clinton, right?
I don't think that I avoid that, but the problem, like, so for example, I enjoy having robust policy discussions on all sorts of things, Medicare for all, immigration.
Why was the first thing I mentioned Keith Ellison? You're like, oh, wife beater. Don't you think that's a little intellectually dishonest on your part?
No.
It's called poisoning the well.
No, I think it was
obviously
just a...
You did debate in college, right? That's poisoning the well.
I did. It's not poisoning the well because it was a quip that was a joke. And I think everyone that listens...
Oh, you don't get to pull that, dude. We're having a debate here. You don't get to be like, oh, I was just joking. No, that's poisoning the well.
Is the debate going to be on Keith Ellison?
Well, no, but you... This is my problem with right-wingers. Like, you guys are so intellectually dishonest, man. Like, you ask me about people that I like their policy, and you're like, oh, the wife beater. And, like, I have no clue. And hold on, Rob. Rob, I'm vaguely aware of the accusation against him. I have no idea of what it is, and I couldn't argue with you on that point. So can you not do that? Can we stick with policy, data, facts?
Oh, that are relevant to the discussion we're having.
Okay. Yes.
Because I could give you data and facts on Keith Ellison if you want, but it was a quip. It was a little joke. I will apologize. I see now from the precedent set forth that you won't be making any comments like that.
No, I'm gonna make all kinds of jokes.
Jabs. But right, there won't be any humorous jabs for you or criticizing of people's characters. So it's good to see that we're laying the groundwork for that going forward. So in the spirit of that, I will apologize for making that horrendous comment. So we can begin if you want to start.
Well, it's not so much that it was a horrendous comment, but as I said, know nothing about it, can't debate it, can't. It's a claim made about somebody that is not verifiable, right?
What do you mean it's not verifiable? There are police reports.
But, like, it's one person's word against the other, and then cops lie. It's a whole messy thing.
Right. I'm not here to debate Keith Ellison. It was just a simple offhanded quip. It was obviously done in jest. I wasn't claiming that you enjoy wife beating or anything like that. Again, I apologize if that comment got us derailed from the discussion, and I look forward to the fact that you won't make any comments like that as well, and we'll have a productive conversation going.
That's another thing that I want you to watch out for. Don't ever say, like, so you are saying, and reframe me on a straw man, because you did that to several of your opponents that I saw.
If this debate's going to be you criticizing every way that I speak, before we even get into the substance of what we're talking about, I think that you'll find that it's not going to be a very productive or enjoyable.
I just don't want you to pull dirty rhetorical tricks on me.
I don't want you to come off as, I think that you're employing a dirty rhetorical trick right now. The trick you're employing is an appeal to authority, because you're making yourself look like an authority figure, as if you understand the proper way that someone's supposed to conduct themselves in a conversation, when you already said that you wanted this to be informal. And so now you're trying to perceptually give the image to the people that are watching that somehow you're a tier above me because you get to criticize my mannerisms, the way in which I speak, and things like that. I have not strawmanned you.
You just did right there. I never critiqued your mannerisms. Dude, this is gonna go poorly.
You are critiquing the way that I'm speaking. I merely said your criticism this time is me saying that you've laid the groundwork that you won't make personal jabs or humorous quips like that, and I won't, and I look forward to a productive conversation. You said, can you please not do that? So, okay, we're ready to go. We could move forward, or we could keep criticizing how each of us are talking. It's up to you.
Okay, let's do this. So I'm gonna go ahead. I want to give you an opening statement, and I'm gonna pose 3 questions to you for your opening statement. Okay, I think you're gonna enjoy this. How do you define a double standard? Okay, so I need no. I'm gonna ask all 3 of them. I need a precising definition for what you mean by double standard. The second thing I want is a solid set of examples and evidence of this double standard. And then I would like the reforms and proposals that you have for eliminating this double standard you think exists.
Okay, no problem. 1, how would I define double standard? Because that was the topic that we had for the agreed upon moderation. If you like, I'll define double standard, and then I'll go even further. So double standard to me would be treating of one political side, the side that the FBI has an affinity for, treating them with one set of standards, basically the lightest possible approach to allow them to get away with things, that they go after the other side, the group that they don't like, in the harshest possible way. I will go further, though, and say that not only do I believe there's a double standard, I believe that the FBI is corrupt. And if you would like me to define corrupt, I could do that as well. I think that they actually are involved in being a bureaucratic state that routinely rejects democracy, and it stills the will of the voters by putting their thumb on the scale more so than any foreign country could, to encourage the side that they want to win elections to have power. And they operate as basically a police force and intelligentsia apparatus for those establishment people that they want in power. Does that answer your first question?
Sure.
Okay. Question 2, evidence. Well, that's what the bulk of this debate will be. I'll give you a couple quick ones. For example, they've decided that they will raid news organizations that have sources that they consider were ill-gotten, such as
Project Veritas.
Right. So, however, they neglected, for example, when MSNBC illegally obtained Trump's tax returns, to do anything about that. They will go after people that they think are critical of Democrats, such as school board parents and things like that. Meanwhile, they intentionally don't investigate groups like Antifa or people that are breaking the law protesting outside of Supreme Court justices' homes. They went as hard as...
Whoa, Rob. The guy that was arrested outside of the Supreme Court, like, he was arrested. He is currently being prosecuted, correct?
There was a person who was...
You just said they don't. But the example that you gave was them prosecuting him.
No, if you let me finish, he committed a crime separate from what I talked about. I said people that were illegally protesting outside justices' homes. This person went a step further and attempted an assassination. Yes, they did begrudgingly arrest that person, but the people that were breaking the law and attempt to influence the Kavanaugh decision on Roe v. Wade, that is a crime. That, by the way, was a leak that came out.
That statute has never been challenged in court. Many professors think that it wouldn't hold up because of the First Amendment. And the justices ruled in and I wasn't prepared for this, but the justices ruled in 1993, and it was a case of anti-abortion activists following doctors from abortion clinics to their homes. The justices actually ruled it was 100% okay to protest outside of a private home.
It was the ruling, that specific ruling had to do with being on the street. When you look at it further, the further ruling within that says that there would be things such as if the attempts were to get someone to change their decision, that it still would be against the law. I can pull up the sources if you want. What makes this case unique is this wasn't them protesting a judge after a decision had been given. This was them protesting a judge when a decision was leaked. But
can I point out the law? The law, as it was written, was to prevent, like, the Klan in a small town from going and influencing a decision that a judge might have about, like, a black defendant or something. That was the spirit of the law. It wasn't like, I would think applying it to a Supreme Court justice in a decision like that is 100% a violation of the First Amendment. And I think if the law was challenged, I think a court would agree with me on that. And I think you, who I assume are a First Amendment advocate, you should too.
No, that's not what happened. In fact, the reasoning that you gave, right? Let's take your reasoning. Let's say that you're 100% factually true, that this was about stopping the KKK from actually...
Well, I just gave an example.
Right. Okay. But you didn't give an example. You said that was the reason for the law.
No, I said for like a group like the KKK. Don't misquote me, dude. This is already getting annoying.
Define group like KKK. Define that.
A terrorist group.
Define terrorist.
Do you want me to look it up and give you the actual definition?
No.
Someone who uses violence for political means.
If you would have allowed me to finish without interrupting, you would have gotten to see exactly what I was saying. That it appears that you said the spirit behind the law was to stop people that were using violence and intimidation from changing a justice's or a judge's mind. That is exactly the situation that we have here. And not only is that the exact situation, it went further and they continued to allow those people to harass a judge, to post photos of where the judge's children went to school, to where they went to church while they were protesting on their property, right? Which is exactly what the spirit of law, even after an assassination attempt from people that shared the affinity with those protesters. And so this is exactly the type of thing.
I'm sorry, no. I believe in the First Amendment.
I will guarantee you that if it was the opposite way, if this was a bunch of Trump people protesting outside of Ruth Bader Ginsburg's house when she was still alive over pro-life situations, that it would have been different. In fact, we have a similar situation.
Rob, you do know they do protest in front of liberal justices, right?
Show me.
Like, it happens. They protest in front of everybody.
Show me when a decision was leaked and that people were protesting out.
Well, that is moving the fucking goalpost, dude.
No, it's not.
Because then you've got to say, oh, it's got to be a decision leak. Oh, it's got to, no, Rob. This is one of the things that I get upset with you guys is like, you guys will be like, oh, I get death threats all the time. Yeah, so do I. Every public figure gets death threats. Anyone who has any sort of public-facing thing gets death threats. Just like any justice gets protested.
You outlined what the spirit of the law was, right? And in that outline, the spirit of the law was to stop people from using violence and intimidation. You used the example of the KKK intimidating a justice in order to sway their opinion on a decision. That's different than me just in general going out right now in front of Kavanaugh's house and protesting Kavanaugh and saying, I think Kavanaugh eats meat. I'm against Kavanaugh eating meat. I think Kavanaugh is a Christian fundamentalist. I'm against that. That is protected speech. It is not protected speech, just like the same law applies to jurors. You cannot go outside a juror. You're apparently all for free speech. Let me ask you point blank then. Should it be legal if a juror's name gets leaked to protest outside their house and use intimidation to try to get them to sway how they judge?
Has that ever happened?
Yeah. There's been jury intimidation all the time. It's against the law.
Okay, cool. Yeah. And what's your point?
Wait a minute. I thought you were free speech. Doesn't that make you anti-free speech? Why would you?
That's not... Okay. So, with a Supreme Court justice decision, that is policy that affects my life. The First Amendment grants me the right. To protest that. Does it not?
Not in
yes,
that
it does.
It does not. It does not in the specific way in which they were doing it. It was.
Yeah, it does.
Violence and intimidation. It was using intimidation.
Ooh, no. You've got to separate that one person from the other protesters. Because you wouldn't want me doing that to you. You wouldn't want me calling you a Nazi just because the Unite the Right rally was a Nazi rally.
Without the assassination attempt, what they were doing was still against the letter of the law.
No, it wasn't. Absolutely not.
Yes, it was.
And the person who broke the law was prosecuted, so I don't see what your issue is.
And again, what we're talking about is a double standard. Now, there is no doubt in my mind, and if you're an honest person, you would know that there's no doubt in your mind. First off, had there been an unprecedented leak from a Supreme Court decision, and you understand, the leak meant that there was still time because the decision wasn't official for the decision to be changed. You agree with that, correct?
I want you to give me examples of the double standard in the FBI. Go back to the opening statement, and then I want your proposals.
Right. I'm giving you, this is one of the many double standards, but I asked you a question, and I noticed that you didn't even attempt to answer. Would you like me to ask again?
What was your question?
My question was, you are acknowledging that this was just a leaked Supreme Court justice decision, or a leaked Supreme Court decision, and that it was still able to be changed because it wasn't official yet, correct? When these protests were going on.
Do you understand what a loaded question is?
That's not a loaded question.
It absolutely is.
What is what is loaded about that question? Go ahead and explain that.
It has presuppositions in it. Man, like you said you did debate in college.
What's the presupposition there?
Repeat the question to me again.
Now wait a minute. You just said there was a presupposition.
So I can outline it, you dumbass.
Okay. Well, apparently you don't know what that presupposition is before you made that statement. So now you're thinking about it as I repeat the question. I will repeat the question for you, though.
No, I'm a stoner and I forgot what you said a minute later.
Right. This will be a very productive debate if you make claims and then forget why you made those claims a minute later. I'm sure this will go well. Let me repeat the question for you, though. Okay. The question is, do you acknowledge that it was a leaked opinion from the Supreme Court and therefore it wasn't official yet and it still could have been changed?
Well, you have the presupposition in there that it could have been changed. You have the presupposition in there that it was, your presupposition is that the left side of the court leaked it in order to get people to protest to change it, but it almost certainly came from the right side of the court. Like, it almost certainly was leaked from a right side justice in order to put...
You're reading in, what you're doing is, this is a...
What I'm doing is pointing out your logically fallacious argument.
No, what you're doing is, if we want to talk about argumentation style, what you're doing is instead of answering a question because you're actually...
That was fallacious.
Conversation, you're trying to win a debate. And so what you're doing is, instead of answering the question, you're thinking, where is Rob going with this? So you read a bunch into the question that wasn't there. I did not suggest who leaked it. I did not suggest the motivation for leaking it. I merely asked the question, do you acknowledge that because this was a leak and it wasn't officially declared the decision yet and on the books, that it could have been changed? That's the
in
question.
The context of everything else we have talked about.
Everything that you read into it is because instead of just answering the question, you're trying to deflect and think where I'm going. Instead of doing that, it would be far more productive if
you're strawmanning me again, dude. What you need to do is take a step back and stop trying to say what I'm saying and do a better job of arguing your point.
That's exactly what you're doing to me. I asked you a question and you said, the reason you're asking this question is X, Y, and Z. And me pointing out that that's...
No, I said it was a loaded question that contained presuppositions, and it did.
You're embarrassing yourself. Now,
okay.
Are you going to answer the question or not? It's not a loaded question any more than saying, do you acknowledge gravity exists? You'd be like, well, that's a loaded question. It has a presupposition that you think gravity does exist. Sure, I do.
I don't think we're gonna get anywhere on this line of question, and I still want to go back to your reforms. So we're gonna come back to reforms here in a second. But I would like a chance to do my opening statement and tell you my evidence for why I think there's a double standard in the FBI, but I don't think it's the one you're talking about.
Real quick. I have no problem with that, but you understand, I didn't give an opening statement. You asked me 3 questions. I started to give you examples. You interrupted me on those examples. We started to question about that interruption, and you're like, well, we're not going to get anywhere with this. Now I would like to give my opening.
I laid out for quite some time, dude, and I'll let you get through the answering my first question, which was the how do you define a double standard? What exactly you were talking about? So I would like to give my opening statement and then go back to your examples, okay? Because I want to put.
I'll give an opening statement after your opening statement. How about that?
Fair enough. Okay, or I'll give you another 5 minutes to speak unabated right now if you want to, and then let me do my thing.
You want me to do my opening statement first?
Yeah, go ahead. You got 5 more minutes. I'll lay out.
Okay. Yeah. There's a double standard of corruption at the FBI. Their influencing on our elections and on our political system is more influential and damaging than anything any foreign hostile power or friendly power could do. The FBI is corrupt and engages in double standard in political. And it's not just for the Democrats. It's for sort of an establishment, which at the top level of the Republican and Democratic Party, there aren't a lot of dissimilarities. They have a hegemony on power. They're both basically globalist that want to make people dependent on the government. Their policies are designed to transfer wealth from the working class to make them serfs, basically a sort of neo-feudalism, to make them dependent on the government and to erode national borders. And when you understand that, most of these policies make sense. The FBI specifically, which is what we're talking about, is sort of the intelligentsia and the sort of police force that is most often used by these establishment people. The double standards are evident in a litany of things. The most obvious would be the two simultaneous biggest, most political investigations that the FBI probably ever had that were running concurrently at one point, which were the investigation into Hillary Clinton versus Crossfire Hurricane and the investigation into Trump's team. And in almost every single example there, we could see when it came to Hillary's team, they allowed them to get away with things, giving people immunity like candy, letting them commit crimes with not being charged. And then when similar crimes were alleged on the other side, they charged people as difficult as possible. It's not just what crimes they chose to charge, it's the manner in which they tried to do it, trying to send decade sentences for people like Roger Stone, raiding them in the middle of the night with guns drawn while CNN cameras were there, versus anybody that was accused on the other side of doing nothing. The FBI told us that one of the most serious things that needed to be investigated was Russia collusion. It turns out that Russia collusion was a farce. Well, actually, let me re-speak. It wasn't a farce. We actually know that the collusion that was accused of the Trump campaign actually was not true, that it was made up by Hillary Clinton. And in reality, there was Russia collusion. And that collusion came in the fact of Hillary Clinton's camp was talking to a suspected Russian spy named Igor Dashchenko, who's now being charged with crimes as we speak. And the FBI paid that Russian spy to use unverified dribble in order to spy on a president of the United States, to what we know to be an unprecedented action from everything we know. They even lied on a FISA warrant in order to do so, and one FBI agent was charged. The Inspector General, we could get into the IG report and specifically what it said, but admitted that there was obvious bias from the leadership of the FBI. He was unable to definitively prove if that bias affected their decisions. He was also very troubled by many of the decisions they made. So the bias was there. The decisions were terrible. He said that they lied or had critical errors or omissions 17 times to the FISA judge, in addition to 220 something Woods violation procedures. So that's the easiest example we can see in everything, and how the FBI goes after school board parents, and Merrick Garland goes after them, and how they go after people that were there January 6th that didn't even commit violent crimes, versus how they go after the people that rioted for George Floyd and burnt down police precincts and attacked the White House on May 30th, 2020. And all of these things. So
hey, Rob,
how they go after journalists. Yeah.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
Well, do you know who was charged for burning down the Minneapolis police precinct?
Your Umbrella Man? Is that what you're going to say?
I'm going to say the Boogaloo Boys, because that's who was charged for doing it.
Right. How does that prove that there wasn't a double standard?
Well, I wasn't saying that proves that there was a double standard. I was saying that you incorrectly stated that the left burnt down the Minneapolis police precinct.
Let me ask you point blank. Do you think that any of the people engaged in the arson of the Minneapolis police precinct, do you think any of them were lefties?
I would say a hell of a lot of leftists, including myself, rooted it on. Because we're police abolitionists. but hold on, Rob. The people who were charged for doing it were the Proud Boys, the Boogaloo Boys.
If a right-winger does something, or someone who's not perceived as an establishment person does something, the FBI will throw the book at him. When it's left-wingers doing the exact same action at the exact same time, there is a dearth of investigations and charges. Yep, that's my point. Anyways, to finish up my opening statement, I won't hide, I won't bury the lead or anything like that. Reforms, yeah, there's a simple reform to disband the FBI. Anyone that's above a certain level should never be allowed to work in government before, and they should be investigated criminally. They should be not just for the double standards that I'm talking about, for corruption, of allowing people like serial underage sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein to get away with what he was doing for years, and then only begrudgingly having to arrest him. And then he killed himself. We lost sight of it once they had to.
You know who Alex Azar is, right?
Yeah, wasn't he he was appointed
a Trump appointee that was the attorney that cut Epstein the deal?
Right. I don't.
Do you know about the lawsuits where Trump was accused of raping a young lady with Jeffrey Epstein?
I do, and we could talk about that if you like. I see how that has zero bearing whatsoever on me talking about corruption and double standards from the FBI and allowing a serial sex trafficker like Jeffrey Epstein, well before Trump was in office in 2008, to get away with crimes that they knew.
Trump was calling him his friend well before Trump was in office too, saying they like young ladies too. Like, it's weird that you just focus
Okay. I remember starting this out and I made a little joke about Keith Ellison, and you were like, well, that's not what we're debating about, and that's poisoning the well. Are we debating about Trump?
You brought up Epstein and made it seem like that's like a left-wing thing.
But you just talked about a trial with Trump, right, that never went to trial, a charge against Trump, right, that he sexually, isn't that just his...
Well, it wasn't a charge, it was a civil suit.
You said we shouldn't be talking about those things. That's his word versus her word. You assured me you wouldn't...
Didn't actually say that.
I think you're poisoning the well here.
No, I took issue with your logical fallacy. Then you have tried to twist my words over and over and over again for your benefit.
You looked up...
And then, like, people warned me that this is what you were going to do.
It's funny because I did debate in college, right? And I could come on here and say, you almost never hear me doing this, saying, you're engaging in this sort of fallacy, this, that, and the other. Even though we did talk about that somewhat in the game of debate that I participated in. What I often find is...
In the game of debate.
Right, it was a game. That's what I was engaged in. I didn't pretend that it was something more like a lot of people that did debate. It was a game. That's why I did it. I had fun doing it. Anyways, getting back to it, what I find is most of the people that want to use terms like, oh, this was a logical fallacy, you don't even really understand what the fuck it is. We even got... presuppositions. You couldn't even identify what those presuppositions. You're trying.
I did identify what those presuppositions were.
You're trying to sound smart and academic, but you're just coming off as embarrassing yourself because
that's an ad hominem.
Anyone who's remotely objective, but it's not an ad hominem. I'm just telling you my feelings.
Oh my god! And people like you always use ad hominem wrong. I used it correctly there.
Nonetheless, what I'm saying is,
okay. But back to the topic at hand. Do you have anything else to say before I get to say my piece?
Right, and so we should disband the FBI. We should make sure that the people involved in high levels of the FBI never have another government job, and we should declassify all evidence of corruption, whether it be against Republicans, Democrats, independents, people in other countries, drug running, serial sexual assaulters like Larry Nassar, corruption that occurred for the FBI, politicians on both sides, whatever. All of that should be released to the public, and we should criminally prosecute or charge if there's evidence of crimes committed by people like James Comey, Weissman, Rosenstein, McCabe, Wray, people of that caliber that were at the top. We should prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law, give them a fair trial and everything like that. And if it is true that they engaged in a coup, as I suspect, and I believe there's evidence to suggest as much, then they should suffer the penalty of what engaging in a coup against the United States of America should be. That's my reform. And with that, I'm happy with my 5 uninterrupted minutes I got there.
It was more than 5.
You to have your second opening statement. Well, it was more because you interrupted.
I didn't really have an opening statement. I haven't even started my argument. I haven't said anything yet. I've tried to let you get everything out because I don't want to be. I would like to go uninterrupted, and I don't want to be accused of trying to bullshit you. So are you good? You've made your statement.
I will, if you're asking me, I will, yeah, my statement is done. I'll try to give you the courtesy of not interrupting you within reason. If you're going for 30 minutes, I might say, okay. But yeah, sure, go ahead and give your statement.
So one of the things that you said, and this is just a rebuttal before I actually start on my actual statement here, you said unprecedented action in reference to the investigation of Trump. The FBI tried to bully Martin Luther King Jr. into killing himself. And you're going to tell me about unprecedented action. Come on, buddy. Do you know the history of the FBI?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you wanted 5 uninterrupted minutes. Yes, the FBI's been corrupt since its founding. Many of the terror attacks, for example, from Muslim Americans and the mistreatment of Muslim Americans after 9/11 was disgraceful, and I talk about it. Their actions against...
Fantastic. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Right. So, yeah, I don't disagree. When I said unprecedented, I mean in a political sense, talking about the double standard. Unless you're aware of a case, I'm unaware of a case where the FBI...
You don't think Martin Luther King Jr. was political?
Please, let me finish.
You don't think Martin Luther King Jr. was a political figure?
Please let me finish. I'm unaware of a case when the FBI has spied on the sitting president of the United States, who, by the way, the president is the chief executive and is in charge of executive agencies like the FBI. So we literally have the FBI spying on the guy who's basically the boss of the FBI. I'm unaware of that ever happening. Perhaps you know an example.
The FBI didn't spy on Trump. That's not a thing. People in Trump's orbit were under investigation, but This is neither here nor there. The thing that gets
we'll get to that.
upsetting to me.
True, they did spy on Trump. That's factually untrue.
No, they did. So the thing that upsets me.
Can you explain it real quick? So you made it.
No. I would like to say my thing. Oh. Also, I want to respond to you saying, given
Don't ask
you
me to respond. I was
hold on, Rob.
Then you ask
You
me
also
when I start to respond, you say never mind.
You said during your statement that during the Hillary Clinton investigation that they gave out immunity like candy. It was one person, right?
It's not true. There were like 5.
There were like 5. I'm not exactly sure, but I only know of the one person.
Mills, Paul Combetta,
Abedin,
Pinella got community. Huma Abedin. Yep. Cheryl Mills. Paul Combetta.
But also, I don't know enough about this to talk about it, and that's one of the things.
That's
like,
right.
I will admit that I don't know enough about a topic to talk about it. I told you straight up, I'm about policy, not about personalities. I hate that shit.
Definitive statements, and then we pushed on it right out of the gate. You're like, "Well, I don't know enough about it." So you just made the
no. I did. Did I say definitively? Oh, they only gave it to one person. I asked you. It was only one person, right? Because I wasn't sure, Rob. Please stop framing me as dishonest.
I'll allow you to reframe it if that's how you want.
That's exactly what I said. It's on video, Rob.
I could be wrong. Right. Wait. Do you want to go back to the video?
We can do it.
I'm not certain. I'm 50% certain. I'm 50% certain that you said they only gave immunity to one person.
But no, I asked you, Rob. You are incredibly intellectually dishonest.
I'm not, right? What I'm saying is, like, if you're asking, I'll accept your reframing. Okay, well, then no.
It's not a reframing. I asked, motherfucker.
I will check afterwards. I don't really care enough. It's a deflection tactic.
God damn. It's not you are deflecting.
No, I'm not deflecting. You made a statement. I thought if it wasn't a statement, it was a question. I apologize. I'll look at this afterwards. I'll write down to go look at it. Where are we at? We are around 36 minutes in. I will go back and look at the video and we'll see. But for now,
it did happen, dude.
I will assume you're right, and you didn't say they only gave it to one person. You said, didn't they only give it to one person? We'll assume going forward that was correct, and I'll check later.
You should probably stop making assumptions going forward.
What if I'm right?
You've been incredibly dishonest. Everything that you have restated has been wrong.
Like what?
Just now, man. Just now you did that to me.
Okay, so
you're like, no, you said they only gave immunity to one person. You did it to me earlier.
If it's going to be that important, we'll go back and we'll verify if that's what you want. If it's that important. Do you want to go back to the tape?
No. I would like to move on. I would like to say my piece. As a leftist, the thing that upsets me, hearing you, a right-winger, talk about a double standard in the FBI, is because the FBI has been used as a political weapon against the left since its inception. And we are now reading from the DOJ OJP. The New Left was founded in 1962, but by 1968, the movement joined with many other political action groups to achieve one goal, the end of the Vietnam War. Under J. Edgar Hoover's direction, the FBI changed from an intelligence collection agency during World War II to an organization that tried to undermine protest movements such as the New Left. Hoover viewed the New Left as a threat to the American way of life, and the FBI implemented some 285 counterintelligence actions against the New Left. The purpose of COINTELPRO was to infiltrate, disrupt, and otherwise neutralize the entire dissent movement. So that's the history of the FBI. It has been employed against us.
You want me to respond? I don't want to interrupt if you have more to say. There's just a pause, so I didn't know if you're pausing naturally for me to respond, or if you want to keep going, that's fine. I can respond later. It's up to you.
I can, because I would like to go more, and you touched on this.
Okay.
The FBI has a long history of treating political dissent as terrorism. While terrorism in the U.S. is relatively rare over the last decade, most politically motivated violence has come at the hands of far-right extremists. Despite that reality, the FBI has devoted disproportionate resources to the surveillance of nonviolent civil society groups and protest movement, particularly on the left, using its mandate to protect national security to target scores of individuals posing no threat but opposing government policy and practices. I think what it is that a legitimate investigation was launched into Trump, and you are using the FBI's history of cracking down on the left as a reason to advocate Trump of his responsibility and culpability.
Okay, can I respond?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, sure. I just didn't want to interrupt you. Thank you for an opening statement that made my point for me. Yes, I totally agree with all that. You just gave reasons why the FBI is engaged in corruption and double standards. You've given evidence. You asked 3 questions to start. You said, how do I define double standard and corruption? I did that. You said, what's evidence? You just gave some evidence yourself. You said, what are the reforms? Sounds like we should disband the FBI and charge the people, or at least out the people for the corruption that they've engaged with. Yep.
I started off by saying I fucking disband the FBI.
Please, let me finish, right? So, well, you might not say that, but it seems that would be one possible solution, which I could defend, that we should do, because you just gave the reason why this corruption isn't something new, that they've been engaged in corruption against dissidents for a long time. The scope of it's new in that they're going after a sitting president, but the fact that they've been putting their thumbs on the scale of our democracy for a long time is absolutely true. I think
they did not go after a sitting president, and as you said, the president is head of the executive branch. He fired Comey.
Please let me finish, right? So allow me to continue my point, right? The mistake you're making is you think that you're debating someone that's just like, I'm a Republican, I'm a Trump supporter, and I never criticize Republicans or Trump, and my team. That is not who I am. I'm against this corruption and would be against this corruption if it was employed against Hillary Clinton. If it was employed, in many ways, there
doesn't seem like it.
Please be quiet and let me finish, as I gave you the generosity of allowing you to finish, asking if you were finished when you paused and then responding. I've, in my videos many times, defended the corruption I saw against people like Bernie Sanders, the corruption I saw against anti-establishment lefties such as Tulsi Gabbard, the corruption I saw against Green Party candidate Jill Stein. I've talked about how they smeared all of them as Russian assets at some point and how nefarious and ridiculous it was to do that. So I have been against this corruption the entire time, right? What you're doing is you're outlining my case for me. I don't look at it.
Wait. The FBI labeled Tulsi Gabbard a Russian asset? Here's the problem with letting you just continue to talk is you say so much bullshit, it's impossible for me to tackle it.
You want to go one at a time? You want me to bring up proof that people in the FBI and their propagandist media have labeled...
Hold on. Okay, also, here, let me make a point, and then I'll let you do that, because this is very good to lead into my next point. I hate when people refer to the FBI as a monolith, as if they're not a representative of the population as a whole. So when I was listening to your debate the other day, you brought up the text messages with Peter Strzok, right? And you presented that as evidence of bias in the FBI. However, you left off the Inspector General's report of all the pro-Trump text messages they found in the FBI. So just like the general public...
Give me examples. What page on the IG report? Go ahead.
Michael Horowitz uncovered a series of text messages between 2 FBI agents expressing support for President Donald Trump right after the 2016 U.S. election. In his report published in, I'm going to put it in the chat, December of 2019.
What chat are you
I'm going to put it in the chat. Horowitz detailed text between a handling agent and a co-handling agent on November 9th, 2016, rejoicing over Trump's victory the previous day. There are pro-Trump forces inside the FBI, just like there might be people that were pro-Hillary. The FBI is not a monolith.
Okay,
it's going to be representative of the population as a whole.
So you don't even believe the bullshit you're saying. You know how I know? Because in preparation for this debate, you decided to get a bunch of sources that talked about the FBI going after left-wing causes, correct?
I wanted to prove that a double standard exists, and it's that you don't care until the FBI is coming after the guy that you want to protect.
That's not true. And I noticed that you deflected from the question or the statement that I just made. Let me repeat myself. You started off in preparation of this debate talking about a bunch of left-wing targeting that was done by the FBI, correct?
Because you wanted to talk about double standards, yes.
Okay, so then couldn't I say, wait a minute, I don't like what you're doing there. You're assuming the FBI is monolithic. While it may be true that certain individuals within the FBI misused their station to go after people on the left, it's probably also true that there were people in the FBI that actually liked Martin Luther King Jr. and actually liked the dissident left. So I don't like the fact that you're reading evidence suggesting that in the 70s, the FBI was a monolithic agency that was targeting the dissident left. You see how stupid that sounds?
No, let's go back to the DOJ report that I was reading from earlier, and it will make that exact point where I left off reading. The author documents the FBI's war against extremist groups on both the left and the right, such as the Communist Party, the Socialist Workers' Party, the Ku Klux Klan, and the Black Panthers.
That sounds very monolithic. What do they mean by the FBI? That sounds monolithic to me.
I'm allowing for the fact that there are a bunch of divergent opinions within an agency. You aren't. You want to say the FBI was completely working against Trump and tried to institute a coup and we're working for Hillary Clinton, and that's just an absurd proposition.
So I've read the IG report. The IG report is very specific that it saw all sorts of bias from private messages from people at the leadership and the brass of the FBI, and it almost all went the same way. It is true that there are people in any agency, whether it be the FBI, the EPA, the IRS, even the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, that will show a liking or affinity for people in a political group that maybe the majority of the people in their agency don't care for. So even in, for example, Obama's IRS that was targeting conservative groups, I'm sure there were IRS agents that if you read their private messages were like, I'm glad a Republican won the governorship in my home state. No one's suggesting that individuals can't support one candidate or another. What I'm telling you is the people at the top of the FBI all had bias that went one way, and the way they purported themselves was helping one side and targeting the other side and engaging in a double standard. Just like back in the day when it came to the dissident left, yes, I'm sure there were agents that liked Martin Luther King, but as your article correctly points out, when there were dissidents just like then, as just is today, when people went against the narrative of the FBI targeted them, even if it was doing so corruptly. That's why Chuck Schumer said that Donald Trump made a mistake criticizing the FBI because, quote, they would find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at him, which is exactly what happened. You acknowledge that they did this with the dissidents in the past when the dissidents were on the left. Now that the left has near total cultural and political control, you're like, oh, but the FBI doesn't target dissidents anymore. That's absurd. And I'm giving
Rob, hold on. You stop. The left has control once again. I'm not a liberal. I'm a leftist. We don't have control, Rob. Joe Biden is a right-wing politician. I'm uninterested in the semantic. Let me redefine, and hopefully this will help. I'm aware. I don't think that there's any right wing in the United States, okay? I define right wing. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
And it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard to say that there's no left in the United States.
I didn't say that. I said the left doesn't have power.
But the right doesn't have power in the United States.
How the fucking Republicans control almost every fucking state, or I mean not every. They have a majority of the states control.
You assume Republicans are right winger. They're not.
How are they not?
Well, how are the Democrats not left wing?
Because they subscribe. They're a capitalist party that usually has market solutions.
If we're just talking economics, I define right wing as fiscally conservative. Name a fiscally conservative politician other than Rand Paul.
Rand Paul
was done.
I mean, that has been my critique of the Republican Party my entire adult life, that they aren't actually fucking conservative.
Right. There you have it. So there is no real right in the United States in leadership. You see how stupid this is? Now, if you'd like, I could redefine, right? When I say left wing, I mean culturally, our institutions and politically, our institutions pay lip service to the left. Do I really
What define left?
Would you please let me fucking
I need a precising definition for left, Rob.
I don't have one. It's going to be interesting to you. I consider left people that believe in more large government solutions. If you want,
leftists advocate for the abolition of private property, Rob. How do you not know this basic fucking thing?
That is your definition. That is your
No, that is the further left you go on the spectrum, the more you advocate for. God damn.
That is bullshit. And again, this is irrelevant to the conversation because what ends up happening when I talk to people like you.
No, it's absolutely relevant to the conversation because you keep making accusations about the left and you are wrong.
You'll define the left in the way that fits you, that you want to do, and say there is no left in power, we're in the minority, even if voices that consider themselves part of the establishment left have near total control. You'll say, but I don't really consider them the left. The semantic argument is meaningless to me anyways because I'm doing a better job of discussing how there are people on the dissident left like Bernie Sanders, like Tulsi Gabbard, like Jill Stein, that the FBI and the propagandists in the establishment and other institutions such as the media have gone after just as much. Or at least
the FBI went after Bernie Sanders. When did this happen?
Again, if you allow me to repeat myself, I'm not saying just specifically the FBI. I'm saying the institutions that make out the institutions that control power in this country. The FBI is
so some nebulous, nefarious they is what you're saying. A deep state. The globalist cabal. That's what's going on here.
I don't know if you changing your voice is an attempt to mock me for some.
I am mocking you.
Right, so I thought we talked about the importance of not poisoning the well.
Oh no, at this point, you're just saying the most absurd fucking shit, dude.
So now, when you said that right-wingers always resort to ad homs, now you're engaging in that. So you didn't
I have not ad hominem you. Ad hominem means Rob is wrong because Rob is stupid. That's an ad hominem, and I've not done that.
When you said that I committed an ad hominem.
You literally did that earlier when you were saying you are wrong because blah, 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 and you're embarrassed. That's the way you framed it. That was an ad hominem.
I said you are embarrassing yourself.
You had a declarative statement there. I can't remember exactly what it was, but anybody can go back. But like, if I prove
when you talk about a shadowy cabal, right? It's amazing, right? Like, and so you can see sort of the tree that the NPCs go through when discussing these sorts of things. They say,
who's an NPC?
Real quick, they say, the institutions. First off, they say there is no real left that's in charge. There is no real.
There
left.
isn't.
They say, these institutions have targeted the real left for years, right? That's what you say, correct?
They have.
And then when I say, well, these institutions are still targeting dissidents, those both on the right and the left, you go, oh, a shadowy cabal. Oh, the they.
Rob, hold on.
You're literally reading evidence of earlier, and that's what your worldview is, that people that are really on the left are targeted by these institutions so that they can never obtain real power. So the very person that you would think, if you believe that, you would say, of course I believe that there are a group of people. It doesn't have to be shady people smoking cigars, drinking blood out of crystal chalices. I'm saying there are people that are in charge, large corporations, very wealthy billionaires and 100 millionaires, people that run our media conglomerates and our academia and our entertainment industry, people at the highest levels of Congress and the highest levels of government, people in these executive agencies. These people are the movers and shakers that really decide the direction our country's going. You agree with that. But when I say...
And you're complaining about capitalism. So are you ready to overthrow capitalism?
I noticed that you conveniently changed the topic from what you were mocking.
No, this is not that. You are literally describing capitalism. You are describing the market incentive structures.
No, that's not what I'm doing, and I'm not going to take the bait to then go into your bullshit socialism debate. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is you're mocking me for something that you intuitively believe in your worldview. But you're mocking me because you less care about ending that corruption and having a institution and government that actually works for the individual person. You don't give a shit about that as much as you do targeting people that you dislike, like Trump supporters. So instead of saying, look, yes, these institutions exist, and yes, they have targeted dissidents in the past, but I just don't think they're targeting Trump. Instead, what you've said is they're not targeting Trump, but they don't exist. They don't exist whatsoever. That's what the tack that you've chosen. Sounds like a good socialist, sounds like a good real lefty there that's making excuses for these institutions by saying they don't even really exist.
I never said that. You have completely mischaracterized everything I've said.
Or are you mocking
now, for being a dumb fuck.
What specifically did I say? Your words were, and I think I got it.
Because you said globalist earlier. Like you
said this. When I was talking about these institutions targeting dissidents, this is what you said. You said, oh, cabal, they, oh. And I said, are you using that tone to ridicule me? And you said, yeah. And now when I tell you exactly what I'm talking about, you're like, oh, yeah, I agree, that exists.
Rob.
So what exactly were you mocking me for?
No. What I am saying is that the people who have been so-called targeted by the FBI in terms of Trump are guilty. And you are using the FBI's genuine history of corruption to cover for your Trump cocksucking.
So that's a point that you're making, homophobic insults aside. That's a point that you're...
I suck dick, dude. It can't be homophobic.
Well, good for you. Yes, that's another misstatement that people can't be racist or prejudiced against groups of which they belong. That's certainly not the case. In fact, there were white supremacists that were people of color, as you probably well know. So I don't really care. You're a comedian. You can make homophobic jokes if you want. I just find it funny the people that bitch about that stuff the most are the same sort of...
Where have I ever bitched about it, you dumb fuck?
I don't know if you have. I don't care. I'm talking...
I haven't.
Good.
I know you talk in generalities. A hell of a lot of generalities.
I talk in generalities and specifics. You talk in generalities as well, which is why you were mocking me for something that you're then forced to admit. But what you see happening here, and you'll see this happen all throughout this debate, it's happened several times already. We'll talk about something specific. He will get blown out of the water on that specific thing, and then he'll change his point to deflect.
You have not blown me out of the water on anything.
Real quick, we could go and we could move on to, was Trump people targeted? The original claim that you were mocking.
Is it possible that Trump could be guilty, Rob?
Let me finish, right? And then we could move on to, was Trump guilty and was he targeted? But the initial claim here was you mocking me for pretending that there was an institution capable of targeting in the first place that was made up of our institutions such as the media, billionaires, people in the executive agencies, etc. You mocked me for that. And now, when proven that you yourself in your own world believe that those sort of institutions exist, now you're like, well, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying was Trump's guilty and he deserved to be targeted. So I just want everyone to be clear. We'll move on now that I've embarrassed you on you mocking me for...
No, I would love to actually explain to you what I meant.
Go for it.
So I read to you from a report that I have up here. This is the DOJ OJP report. I'm going to link it back into the chat again. That says that the FBI targeted communists and socialists. Are there communists and socialists in our government represented right now?
You want me to answer?
Yes, please.
Socialism, right, just like capitalism, right, is on a sliding scale. So to enact full socialism would mean no private property, total elimination of private property. But that doesn't mean that there aren't policies that are more socialist than capitalist. So if you have a total capitalist, which would be total free market, and a total socialist, which would be no free market, we are a mixed economy. We're somewhere in the...
All economies are mixed economies.
True, except ones that would be pure capitalism or pure socialism. That's absolutely true. And so
those don't exist.
when we talk about things like democratic socialism and they talk about the Scandinavian countries, correctly, the Scandinavian countries say, well, we have free markets, we have private property, right? We just have more social safety nets, which are sort of socialist policies. So to answer your question, there is no one that I'm aware of that is a pure socialist that's advocating for the total elimination of private property that has a prominent position in politics right now at the national level. However, there are people such as those who, can I just ask you a yes/no question real quick? Would you call yourself a socialist?
No.
Okay. Nonetheless, then I don't know. Sort of surprising. There are people that you've agreed that you have an affinity for, such as Bernie Sanders, the members of the squad, Keith Ellison. So I would say they are on the road to socialism.
Okay, and fucking Trump's on the road to fascism. What's the difference?
Well, I mean, you asked me a specific question, and then I give as detailed of an answer as I can.
Do you think Bernie Sanders...
Well, again, saying that Trump's a fascist with providing no evidence.
Oh, he is.
Right? You just poisoned the well again. I mean, I knew you would do this, which is why I thought the Keith Ellison...
I'm not poisoning the well.
Little joke. I was just making a little joke at the beginning of this, and you continued to do the very thing you criticized me for when I was just making a joke over and over again. Trump's a sex offender. There was a case against him. Trump's a fascist.
Hey Rob, can you do me a favor and give me a little bit more? You're talking a lot.
Sure, I leave you talk, and when you talk, I wait until you're finished to respond. You interrupt me when I talk. Go ahead.
Well, you make points that need to be discussed. I try not to say things that are just like preposterously false, you know? But like you say that the left is represented in all of this, like in academia, in the media. But like MSNBC there aren't socialists and communists on MSNBC. It is a very capitalistic entity. Anything corporate isn't really of the left, man. It's more on the right side of the spectrum. Joe Biden was known as the senator from MBNA, bought and paid for by Wall Street and investment bankers. So, like, you try to lump me in with liberals, and it's very upsetting. So, like, my side, the left, doesn't really have power. And to answer your question, I say this because I get called commie and socialist a lot. I file my taxes as a small business owner. So technically, I'm a capitalist. Do you have a boss?
No. That's stupid. And I don't mean...
Do you have a boss? What does capitalism mean, Rob?
No, just because you lawfully have to comply with the system doesn't mean that that's what your beliefs of what you truly are.
No. Capitalism means ownership of the means of production. This is my means of production right here. I am a motion graphics artist and a voiceover artist.
But listen, like, this is what's so frustrating.
I run my own multimedia company. I am a capitalist. Please. Do you have a boss, Rob?
Please. Yes, I have a boss.
Do you have a boss?
Let me respond.
Then you are not a capitalist.
Okay, so I'm not a capitalist, so I'm the left, according to you, and you're on the right.
No.
Me when I say people like me are being targeted.
I don't think you're being targeted.
We got it.
I don't think you're being targeted at all.
But wait a minute. What's it matter? You said that, like, this is what I don't understand. You quibbled about what the definition of the left was, and when you gave your definition, you said being on the left means abolishing private property, abolishing capitalism. That's what you said, right? Then you called yourself a leftist. And then you went on to say, but that's not what you really are, because actually you're a capitalist. So by your own definition, you're not a leftist.
Well, we live in a mixed economy, Rob.
Please let me finish. So your entire criticism of me don't lump me in with those liberals, I'm a leftist. You're not a leftist, given your own definition. So what are you criticizing me for?
No, because I advocate for nationalization of energy. I advocate for nationalization of healthcare. That would make me a leftist.
That doesn't make you a leftist.
Yeah, it does.
According to your definition. Your definition.
No, it does. We are on a sliding scale, Rob. You dumb fuck. You said it yourself. We're a mixed economy. I can be over here in my little world and be a capitalist in this section and believe that other sections of the economy need to be nationalized.
Right, that's the argument that I made. The argument I made was that I don't just consider people on the left those that are pure socialists that want the end of private property. I think that
Neither do I, but I don't see where leftist ideas...
You, because, okay, then you said there's no leftists in Congress. Are there people in Congress that advocate for Medicare for all?
They are a small minority, are they not? Do we have Medicare for all?
Your argument was...
Your argument was that they run everything.
No, that's because you're quibbling about the semantic definition of what the left is.
Yes.
Your unique interpretation of what the left actually is, you said because
the people who represent my views are the left, sir.
Please let me finish. You said that those people don't exist in government, that there are none. I named a bunch. I said you...
No, you keep trying to put me in with like the Joe Biden liberals.
That's not what I'm...
They run everything. They're far closer to a George W. Bush.
So if you'll let me finish, I've actually talked about that the entire way through this, even without prompting from you. I talked about historical abuses that were done to people that would consider themselves usually on the left, regardless if you consider them on the left or not. And I've talked about currently politicians that consider themselves on the left, such as Bernie Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, Jill Stein.
When has Bernie Sanders been targeted by the FBI, Rob?
Let me fucking finish. Would you let me fucking finish? We're rehashing the same arguments because you never let me finish because you don't listen.
Because you keep making dumb fuck accusations.
You don't even know what my accusations are because you're not listening to me.
When was Bernie Sanders targeted by the FBI, Rob?
I will repeat what I said previously. It's not just the FBI. These institutions that run things use the FBI as their intelligence agency and their law enforcement. These institutions work hand in hand to ensure that the people in positions of power maintain that power, and they have targeted people on the dissident right and left repeatedly, such as Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders, people that are in the Tea Party, people that are in Occupy Wall Street, people like Jill Stein that are in the Green Party. They have targeted these people not just using the FBI, or not exclusively the FBI, but sometimes they target them through other institutions that work hand in hand with them. For example, there were all sorts of articles written about that Jill Stein and Bernie Sanders were actually helping out Russia, that they were doing so at the behest of Russia because it was hurting people like Hillary Clinton that would have been actually harmful against Russia. So I'm not saying that directly the FBI targeted Tulsi Gabbard, targeted Bernie Sanders, but I'm saying the institutions that the FBI represents has done such in the exact same type of smears that they did Donald Trump by accusing those people of being Russian assets.
Could it be possible that those institutions are motivated by capitalism?
Their motivation's irrelevant to the question of, is there a double standard and what should the solution be? It could be
Whoa, back to this double standard thing, Rob. Like, okay, so I'm hearing from you that there is a double standard, but every FBI director in the last 20 years has been a Republican. So the idea that they are playing on the side of Hillary Clinton and not the Republican Party just seems absurd to me. And for you to make such a claim, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. How is it that every time somebody criticizes Trump, they end up being a rhino to you people? These people that have been in the Republican Party far longer than Trump.
You're making varying points. So let me break this down real slow for you again, because again, you're not listening. At the top level of the Republican and Democratic parties, they're basically a uniparty. They're more concerned with maintaining...
Because of capitalism.
Please shut the fuck up. I've been more than generous with you. You're not even in...
And I'm trying to tell you that it's not some shadowy, nefarious cabal. It is capitalist incentive structures.
I'm generously giving you my time because you have proven over and over that you are not worth my time. That you are nowhere near my level to be able to have a serious... You've shown it over and over, but I'm generously giving me my time. So shut your fucking mouth and learn something. Stop deflecting to, I'm just going to go back to my buzzword of capitalism. Now, let me repeat.
No, I'm going to explain it here in a second.
At the top level, there is a uniparty that's interested in maintaining their positions of power. We could argue whether or not that is capitalism or not, but that's not...
That's what I want to argue.
The question has been, does that exist? It does exist, and now after arguing that it didn't exist, you're going to say, well, of course it exists, and it's capitalism, which I'll be able to rebut those points as well. That's fine, we'll get to it. But the point I'm trying to make then, if that's true at the top levels, that they are one team, then why would it matter if the heads of the FBI are fucking Republican? The person that is the very criticism that you're levying at me, you're lumping me in with all of these other people, is exactly what you're doing to me. It's exactly what I'm saying, that I am against a corrupt FBI that targets people for political reasons, whether they be on the left, whether they be on the right, whether they be apolitical. I don't give a shit. I'm against that sort of corruption, because an FBI that has the power of being the world's strongest investigative agency and police force is very damaging if they're abusing that power to put their thumbs on the scale of our politics, which is what I'm arguing happens. Your only defense to that is, but they vote. Some of them said they liked Trump. Two that were named, and the heads of the FBI were Republican. Right? What does that have to do? Let me go further with Republicans. John McCain pushed the Steele dossier that was Russian disinformation. Jeff Flake pushed that. Liz Cheney, Adam Kissinger. Right? There were plenty of Republicans, even Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham. These people didn't give a shit. They're interested in maintaining power. So I'm not concerned with the fact that you think that it's somehow an argument against what I'm saying. What I'm saying, both parties at the top level are corrupt, to say, but how could you say they're being corrupt when they're Republicans sometimes? Did that clarify it for you?
So, what causes this corruption, Rob? Why are these two parties unified together? For what reason?
Because they want to have a stranglehold on power.
Okay.
Okay.
And you think they exercise this through the media and academia? So are there people getting together in some smoky back room and puffing on cigars and saying, like, is it the Bilderberg Group? Is it the World Economic Forum? Is that what it is?
Let me ask you. I know it's not good form to... No, that's not exactly what I'm saying. So I'll respond with a question now that I've answered. Was it a smoky room when they were targeting the Black Panthers and MLK and Muslims? Were they meeting in a smoke?
No, it was FBI headquarters.
Oh, so then the way that you're asking this question to imply that I'm some sort of conspiracy theorist because you can't handle factually what I'm saying is fucking bullshit. Because I could make...
But we know the reason why they targeted the Black Panthers.
Did you know this? The reason why is different than you insinuating that it's some sort of outlandish conspiracy. You know, there were people just like you, right? When there were people saying, hey, I think the FBI is committing abuses to go after black groups and to go after anti-war groups. There were people just like you that said, oh, what are they, in a smoky room? People just...
Oh, I have not... Ho! I have not... Dude, you are incredibly dishonest. But I have not disagreed that they targeted Muslim groups, have targeted leftist groups. I've given plenty of evidence of that. But there is an incentive structure that is there. I'm not saying that you haven't given evidence of that. What I'm saying is that when this was occurring in real time, people were defending the FBI, doing the exact same thing that you're doing to me now, which is implying, mocking them, using derision and implying, what do you think, they're all in Skull and Bones? You think they're all in a smoky room smoking cigars? You are a bootlicker, whether you know you are or not, because you're to defend the FBI and agencies like... I'm not No. I'm not defending the FBI. I'm trying to point out how wrong you are. Real quick, and the ironic thing is, right, that you actually are doing what you accused me of, right? You actually don't give a shit if they're targeting people you don't like. I clearly have stated without prompting people that I don't have political ideological leanings to, like Black Panthers, MLK. No. I don't think you do that at all. I think you're using that as subterfuge to suck Trump's cock. I'm not. I have evidence over and over. Not only that, how much do you know about me? Did I ever criticize Trump? I have no idea. But Rob. Right, you don't. So you like to talk sucking his cock because Is it possible that Trump is guilty? Prominent right winger. Of course, it's possible that anyone's guilty of anything. And what does that have? Do you think Trump is guilty? Do you think of any number of charges? I can just throw out. Not of the charge of which he was spied upon by the FBI. No, I don't. What charge was that? That he was illegally conspiring with Russians to influence the 2016 election. Well, I mean, the Mueller report found over 100 campaign connections with Russia, and the Senate Intelligence Committee report was even harsher, so...
Okay, cool. So connections.
So like that is not enough evidence to investigate him, is what you're saying.
So I just want to, like, you're interested in the truth and being fair. You don't just defend your team, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're suggesting, I just want to lay out the standard here, take the name Trump out of it. You're just suggesting that if there are connections between a campaign with Russian nationals, that's enough evidence to warrant an investigation.
Over 100, especially with somebody like Paul Manafort, who had been doing some dirty deals, which, you know, he has been convicted of now, I do believe. Or he might still be awaiting trial. He was lobbying for a foreign country.
Right. Who was he lobbying? Let's see how much you know about
Ukraine.
This. Okay, Paul Manafort was lobbying for Ukraine. Very good. Most people don't realize that.
For pro-Russian forces inside of Ukraine.
Yanukovych.
I can't give you fucking. I remember I don't argue fucking personalities. I like policy.
Right. You want actual data and facts. So you talked about this. I didn't bring it up. You did, right? Okay, Manafort. Now, do you know the year in which Manafort failed to register as a foreign lobbyist and committed violations under the FARA Act? When was he lobbying? What year was it?
I would have to look that up.
Would you believe me if I said 2013?
That sounds. I was going to say 2012. That sounds about right.
It was before, but you just acknowledged it was before Trump was running. You acknowledge that, correct?
Okay. And?
Okay. So in 2013, or for the purpose of this conversation, you don't need to know the specific date. Just before Trump was running for office, right? Paul Manafort was accused of lobbying for Yanukovych.
Paul Manafort was doing dirty deals long before 2013, I do believe.
Please, we're talking about this specific. You brought up this exact charge, lobbying for a Ukrainian that was pro-Russian. You brought it up, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Paul Manafort, yes, was accused of doing that. Now, if you read the Mueller report, it says that Manafort, first off, in 2013, I wonder who lobbying implies, not just that they were speaking at the behest of. You could do that. I could speak up for a Japanese company, right? I just can't lobby to government officials for them without properly filing paperwork, right? So what government official do you think he was talking to? It wasn't Trump. We'll see. We'll get back to that in a second. But what he was accused of doing in 2013 was working with, according to the Mueller report, Group A and Group...
Since I am not up on this, I would like to move off from this topic since I cannot properly speak on it. Yes.
You would like to move off the topic. You want to move off because you realize...
Yes, because I admit when I don't know what I'm talking about, you dumb fuck.
Now, let me inform you because maybe you'll learn something...
I would rather not, because judging from the topics that I am informed on, you are very informed on things.
That is the truth. That is the truth. You would rather not hear the evidence. So I'll finish since you brought this up. Group A, that he was doing this lobbying, the exact same crime with the exact same people at the exact same...
No, I would rather not talk about this because I can't read up on it and verify what you're saying is correct right now.
I'll just fucking mute you and tell my audience, right? It's pathetic what you're doing. You bring up something...
It's pathetic. It is pathetic to say, I don't want to argue about something I don't know about.
You don't have to argue. You could listen to me. You brought it up, so I'm going to make my point, and then...
No, you've been incredibly dishonest, so I can't take what you're saying seriously.
If you choose to say, I don't know if that's true, so I can't comment on it when I'm done making the point, that's your prerogative. But I'm going to make the point, as you brought the specific case up. So he worked at the exact same crime with the exact same people at the exact same time as Group A and Group B. Group A was Mercury LLC. That is a lobbying firm that usually works with Republicans. Group B was the Podesta Group, the group founded by Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, John Podesta. Yes, that's right. The Podesta Group, literally in the Mueller filings, committed the exact same foreign lobbying crime at the exact same time with the exact same people that Paul Manafort was charged with. Now, the topic of this discussion is double standards at the FBI. I can't think of a clear apples to apples comparison of they charged Paul Manafort, who was connected to Trump, for the exact same crime that they allowed the Podesta Group to retroactively file paperwork for.
And once again, I know nothing about it, and if I was to go and look it up, I would guarantee that those two are not analogous, and you are making a false analogy. But I don't know.
So how about I go to the Mueller report right now and bring up that he worked with the Podesta Group, then what would you say? Let's assume that you're wrong for a second and assume that it is analogous.
What am I wrong about, you dumb shit?
Well, if you'd listen, let's assume that, yes, it is true that Mercury...
Let's not assume. Let's talk about policy. This is what I didn't want to do.
Then why did you bring it up?
I did not bring up this whole rabbit hole. I don't even know how we got on this.
You literally brought up Paul Manafort failing to register as a foreign lobbyist for...
Oh, I said nothing about him failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. I said the dude was involved in some shady shit or something.
You said
he was lobbying on behalf of a Russian for Ukraine. But I don't even remember what were we even talking about with that? I want to get back to the incentive structure on why you think
you don't know
the two parties.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
Oh my God.
Take another toke, big man. Maybe you'll be able to follow the conversation.
Rob, here's the thing: is just you just keep and like you're not letting me talk.
I'm letting you talk all you want. You continually interrupt me, so it seems like I'm talking longer, and I give you a chance to finish your thought before I speak. You brought up Manafort lobbying for Russians. I talked about how that case, again, proves the very double standard that I was talking about.
Oh my God. I can't falsify that. I don't know enough about it to be able to say this is a false analogy. But given what I know about you, I would encourage your audience to go and look it up and see how the cases are different. Like I saw you the other day argue with a lawyer about points of law. It was insane that you kept trying to tell a lawyer about law when you clearly didn't know what you were talking about. And his points were going over your head, yet you were so confident in yourself. It was amazing to me, Rob. But can we get back to why the FBI, academia...
We could get to that.
Fair enough.
What you specifically said, you're talking about PISCO. Again, what you're doing now, if you want to talk about fallacies, is the appeal to authority fallacy. Just because someone calls themselves a lawyer doesn't mean that their take on these things are correct. And I've argued with PISCO probably, at least PISCO is capable of having an intelligent conversation, even if I think that he's bad faith and too biased to be able to be fair-minded about the things. But that's neither here nor there. I enjoy my conversations with
Dude, he was incredibly generous to you. You are our projection personified.
Your performance today in this debate allows me to understand that your opinions on other debates I've had are irrelevant. I just don't give a shit. I think I handled myself in every conversation I've had with Pisco and these double standards very well.
Oh, I know you people have zero self-awareness. I wish you could feel embarrassment.
And his audience have realized that at best it was a wash, and many of them thought that he did not do so well in any of them.
You just make up bullshit and declare it to be true. Even people in his audience and blah, blah, blah. I don't believe that for a second, dude.
I don't expect you hit another toke. You don't believe anything that doesn't fit into your bullshit bubble. You can't even, you contradict yourself constantly with your own comments. You can't follow the discussion. Let me provide a suggestion to you, which I'm very rare to do when I'm having a discussion with someone. But my suggestion would be this. If you're admitting that there are certain things that you don't know enough to talk about, don't use those things of example of your point and then immediately backtrack and say, I don't want to talk about them, when it turns out that I know more about those things than you. So if you don't want to talk about Manafort, don't bring Manafort up as a reason that Trump's guilty for colluding with Russians.
I didn't do that.
That's
I can't even remember. You have done such a good job of galloping away from the original point that I have no idea what the fucking point was.
Do you want me to rehash? Here was the point. You said after...
No, you were completely wrong. I know I did not say anything about Paul Manafort registering as a foreign agent.
No, what you said was that this is how we got to... So you first were saying that there aren't institutions that are targeting people and things like that, and then we got you off of
No, I never fucking said that, dude! Stop straw manning me, for the love of God. And not only...
What was the first, like, 40 minutes that we were talking about? Why were you...
Rob.
Why were you saying things like...
Rob.
What was that? That was you implying that when I said that there was institutions that are targeting dissidents, you were mocking that and saying, what, are they in a smoking room? Then when I got...
No, I did not do that at all, Rob. This is incredible. I spent the first fucking... Dude, what a fucking idiot you are. I cannot believe that I spent, 20, 30 minutes? I even cited the sources in the chat of how the FBI has targeted dissident groups. I even said they target right-wing groups. But here's the difference with the right-wing group. It's like the KKK. It's the Proud Boys. People that, are fucking guilty.
KKK were Democrats.
Oh, here's that bullshit again.
Anyways, yeah, I agree. The FBI targets dissident groups. That's my entire argument. You don't give a shit when they're targeting dissident groups that you don't care for. So
No. I don't think Trump supporters are exercising their free speech.
So then you wanted to move off of this. Fine, we're moving off of it. And so then your next point was, well, Trump deserved to be investigated because he did that shit.
Yes. And he has been treated with kid gloves.
Shut the fuck up. You admitted you don't know how we got there. So when I'm explaining how we got there, keep your fucking mouth shut and listen, right? You don't know. You've already said, I don't know how we got here, so I'm explaining to you. So we went there.
No, I meant specifically about what Manafort was doing in Ukraine. You keep straw-manning me.
I'm getting there. You said there were hundreds of contacts between Trump's administration and Trump's campaign and Russians, such as Paul Manafort. That guy was up to all kinds of shady shit. In fact, he was lobbying for a Ukrainian that was a pro-Russian source. I said, glad you brought that up. Let's see how that proves that there's an FBI double standard. You said, can we please not talk about Manafort because I don't know enough about it? To which my response to you was, then don't bring it up. If you're going to bring that up as a reason that Trump should have been investigated, and you're admitting you don't know enough about it to talk about it, then you shouldn't have brought it up. That's how we got there.
My point was that the Mueller report, which I have here in front of me, found numerous links between individuals with ties to the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign. The evidence was not sufficient enough to support criminal charges because the investigation established that several individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign lied to the office.
That's not the because. You're adding the because. And what's happening here, this is why I asked you. I said...
No. It's literally what it says.
That's not... They didn't say... Okay, show me. What page of the Mueller report does it say we would have charged them, but we didn't because people lied? Show me. I have the Mueller report right here. Go ahead. Tell me the page.
I don't know what the page number is. It's like it's like the third fucking page because I don't have the whole thing in front of me. I have the relevant document.
Page 3. Okay. You read the quote. Read the quote directly from the Mueller report.
Second, while the investigation identified numerous links between individuals with ties to the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign, the evidence was not sufficient to support criminal charges. Among other things, the evidence was not sufficient to charge any campaign official as an unregistered agent of the Russian government or other Russian principal. And our evidence about the June 9th, 2016 meeting and WikiLeaks release fact materials was not sufficient to charge a criminal campaign finance violation. Further, the evidence was not sufficient to charge that any member of the Trump campaign conspired with representatives of the Russian government to interfere in the 2016 election. Third, the investigation established that several individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign lied to the office and to Congress about their interactions with Russian-affiliated individuals in related matters. Those lies materially impaired the investigation of Russian election interference. The office charged some of those lies as violation of the federal false statement statute. Former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn pleaded guilty to lying about his interactions with Russian Ambassador Kislyak. Do I need to go on?
No, that seems...
It says exactly what I said it says.
I let you say your fucking piece. Now so that did not say what you accused it of saying, that they would have charged them, but they didn't because there were lies. That's not what that said. It said there was no evidence to charge them, but there were people that they thought lied, and some of those they charged for those lies. That's what it says. So you were making it seem as if it was like, well, they would have been able to charge them with Russia collusion, but they lied and they just couldn't get the evidence. That's not true. And the reason that they know they lied or are claiming that they lied is because they feel that they eventually got that evidence. So the idea that if only these people wouldn't have lied, they would have finally charged Trump with Russia collusion is bullshit. I know.
Do I need to bring up the Senate Intelligence Committee report?
You can bring up the Senate Intelligence Committee.
It's even far more damning.
That is a bunch of Democrats that are spinning the Mueller report to say
that was the Republicans in 2019. No, it was Democrats. It was.
Right. So let me finish my point. The reason that I was asking you, and it's like pulling teeth because you are partisan. You're not interested in actually solving things like...
I'm partisan?
The reason, yes, the reason
I don't.
that I asked you was, please let me finish. The reason I asked you was, well, taking the name Trump out of it, are you suggesting that if someone had connections to Russians in a serious way, that would justify an investigation? Well, now that we know that the Russia collusion charges against Trump were false, but we do know now that there actually was Russia collusion, are you calling for an FBI investigation into the FBI itself and into Hillary Clinton for working with a known Russian?
There was an investigation into the FBI. It just wrapped up. It was the Durham investigation.
No, the Durham report was looking specifically at some people that it charged, but there wasn't a special counsel. Do you think
He was a special counsel.
No.
That's what he was.
He was operating under the DOJ at the time in Bill Barr. He was appointed by the FBI, right? Was he looking into Hillary Clinton specifically in collusion?
Attorney General William Barr secretly appointed Durham special counsel on October 19th, 2020.
Listen to me. I'm talking.
Listen to me. You're an idiot.
Listen, no. But is that special counsel investigating Russia collusion?
It is investigating the beginnings of the FBI investigation into Trump. That's specifically what it was.
Not Russia collusion.
It is investigating the start of the FBI investigation, which is what you wanted.
Right.
That's what you wanted, correct?
What I wanted was, you said that if
a special counsel.
Please let me finish. What you said was the justification for the investigation and the spying on Trump and all that shit that occurred, and the FBI investigation and the special counsel investigation was because of connections to Russians. Now that we know the Hillary camp also had connections to a known Russian spy and concocted disinformation that the FBI then used to spy on Trump.
This is another like you guys like
investigation.
It's another one of those dossier things, right, man? Like you guys keep going back to the Steele dossier, but that was just opposition research, and it started with the Republicans. The Republicans were the first ones to fund it. So you acting like the
that is not true. That is a
it lie. Is true.
That is not true. So Republicans were
it started in the
research. But first, let's.
They started the funding.
Please let me finish. So let's answer this in multiple ways. One, you've fallen back in the trap of thinking, well, if a Republican funded it, then that must prove that your point's wrong. I've articulated this over and over. Yes, there are Republicans at the top level that are interested in this double standard and maintaining hegemony. They didn't want an outsider like Donald Trump or Bernie Sanders winning. So that wouldn't answer anyway. Secondly, the funding that was going into Fusion GPS for opposition research into Donald Trump by Republicans, they stopped that funding before Fusion GPS hired Christopher Steele and he started to compile his dossier. The dossier was 100% funded after Republicans were paying Fusion GPS.
What? I don't even know what you just tried to say, dude. Two letters in Tuesday's dispatch referred to the infamous Steele dossier. Both Steve Crane and Tom Boyles cast suspicion on the dossier. Crane by charging that the Democrats brought it from Russia. Russia selling information that implicates Russia to Democrats, and Boyles by claiming that the Clinton campaign bought it from Christopher Steele, identified simply as a foreign agent. The facts tell a different story. The document was written by Steele, a British MI6 agent, at the behest of Fusion GPS, which had been hired initially by conservative Republicans seeking the skinny on Trump. About the time the Republicans lost interest, the Clinton campaign picked up the ball and ran with Fusion GPS. There's no Russian involvement, nor is Russia the source, as Crane claimed.
When was that
from the Columbus Dispatch?
When?
April of 2019.
Right. So April of 2019, what we've since found out is that although Republicans were funding Fusion GPS, they stopped funding them before Steele started compiling his dossier. And not only is your...
But that wasn't the point. No, we're off on a red herring here. That wasn't even the point that I was trying to make.
Does everyone see how this works? Does everyone see how this works? He makes a claim.
Dude, you will not let me talk.
Every time. What do you mean I won't let you talk? I patiently let you finish even when you're reading the whole way through the end of it. Then as soon as I start to respond, you interrupt every time. Every time. That's what you've done. Now, if you'll let me finish. One, the funding occurred before the dossier was being funded. Republicans stopped after. Second, I already articulated, so what? There are corrupt Republicans too. It's irrelevant to the point. Third, your information is so outdated there. One of the things it does is it's disputing the fact that the dossier was from Russians, correct? That's what it's doing. From April 2019. It says, oh, there are claims that this information came from Russians, but that's not true. from the Columbus Dispatch. That's what you just read, part of what you just read, right?
Yes. Yes.
Who was primary subsource number 1 for Christopher Steele in the compiling of the dossier?
The fuck if I know? Where do you have it? Dude, you keep fucking going down these rabbit holes.
You bring shit up, and then when I know more about it, you go, I don't want to talk about this. Primary subsource 1 was Igor Dashenko, a person who was being investigated since 2008, who worked at Brookings Institute, who's a Russian national, who was being investigated by the FBI for being you ready for this drumroll, Russian.
This is called a gish gallop. This is you just throwing out a bunch of nonsense to sound smart and overwhelm me with zero regard for how good your arguments are.
I'm not moving on from the debate until we hash out this one point. I'm tired of you squirming away. You're accusing me of gish galloping. We'll focus on one point.
Yes, because
I will make my point.
What you keep doing to me.
That way there won't be gish galloping, right? We'll make sure of it. One point, I'll make it, then you can dispute it. No gish galloping. I don't want you to move on from this point. I don't want to accuse you of deflecting or gish galloping. So here we go. You read an article from the Dispatch in 2019 that said that Russians weren't the source for the dossier. I'm saying that Christopher Steele used subsources. Primary subsource 1 was a Russian spy named Igor Dashenko. Now go.
Where did you get this from?
Because I follow the news. There's a trial of Igor Dashenko.
Where did you get that information from? Was it Chuck Grassley? Is that where you got it from?
There is literally this is common knowledge. If you were following, do you want me to provide you a source that's not Chuck Grassley that shows that Igor Dashenko was primary subsource 1?
But what does that mean, him being primary source 1? What the fuck, dude?
The majority of the salacious criminal allegations that were in the Steele dossier that justified a FISA warrant,
but here
from this guy.
Okay, Rob, the point I was trying to make about the dossier, which
like
you completely...
You'll admit that I was right about that. We don't want to accuse anyone of gish galloping or deflecting. So on this point...
No, you have...
You'll concede I'm right on this point.
No, I will not.
Okay,
the point I was...
Further evidence that Igor...
Fuck, dude! Shut the fuck up!
No, we're not gish galloping. We're going to focus on this one point because you keep saying I'm gish galloping, so we'll focus on one point at a time. Okay, how many sources would you need, and from what website do you need in order to prove that that you would trust saying that Igor Dashenko was primary subsource 1?
Who? I don't even know. I would have to look up who Igor Dashenko is. I would have to go and fucking read up on this, dude. I don't know enough about it to talk about it. But here is the thing. No,
wait. I don't want to be accused of gish galloping. You're saying that what I do is rapid fire make points that are untrue, and so you can't answer them. So we're focused in on this one point right here. That's what we're doing. We're focused. Any single time that you think that I make a point that's incorrect and I'm gish galloping, we'll focus in on that point so that you can't use the claim that I gish gallop. Now, you let me know when you're done.
Dude, you have still not let me make my fucking point about the goddamn Steele dossier. You cut me off during that. Can I say it? The Steele dossier was just opposition research. The FBI using it as a reason to launch a criminal investigation doesn't seem absurd to me. I don't get it. I don't get why you guys are so focused on well, the dossier was wrong. The dossier was wrong. They were just allegations. They were always meant to just be allegations compiled as opposition research. So I don't understand why you guys attack so hard.
This sounds like a gish gallop. You're making a bunch of points to deflect from the current point that we're talking about.
The current point that we are talking about is that you are trying to discredit the Steele dossier as the reason for the FBI investigation. And I'm pretty sure multiple sources have said that that wasn't even the start of the FBI investigation.
Okay, so I just want to say, as you're gish galloping and you're moving on, I just want to repeat the fact.
You don't know what that word means. Do not fucking use it.
What that word means. I know what that word means far more than you do, right? It means
no, you don't.
a bunch of points. You're making in quick succession a bunch of points to deflect from the fact that you. If this
I made 1 point.
The original point that we were talking about. No, you're not. You're saying you're using it for this, and it was this, and it was this. You made a series of points there, none of which were responsive.
I made 1 point.
We were talking about. None of which were responsive. So I repeat, the exact thing that we were talking about was your claim from reading a source that a Russian was not the source of the Steele dossier, when we know that the primary subsource, Igor Dushenko, was a Russian. I've linked from Washington Times an article showing that Igor Dushenko is the person that was the primary subsource. If you would like, I could also link to you the fact that he was under investigation for being a Russian spy as soon as 2008. Would you like me to link that as well?
But I don't understand what that information would mean. This was just a dude compiling any random allegations. Whether that, because, okay, you understand that when a intelligence source like that puts together a document like that, they have like, I have 60% confidence in this claim. I have 40% confidence in this claim. And that dossier would have had those assessments, right?
Did it?
I assume it did.
Let me ask you.
But like
do you understand? Let me ask you this. Do you know what a FISA warrant is?
Yes.
Okay, and you tell me if I'm incorrect. I don't want to be accused of gish galloping. So as soon as I say something you disagree with,
stop using that word, because you have no idea what it means, you stupid fuck.
I absolutely. Do you want me to define it again? Gish galloping. Making a bunch of points in rapid succession to overwhelm your opponent so that they can't point out when you're factually incorrect.
With no regard for the validity of the statements, yes.
Okay, all right, so you stop anytime. The way to combat gish galloping is as soon as I say something that you disagree with, you stop me. And then we'll focus on that point, just like we did on the Russian subsource, right? And I blew you out of the water, and now you want to move on from. So a FISA warrant is the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and you have, under our Bill of Rights, you have certain rights as an American citizen. But those rights aren't shared by foreign spies. So in other words, there is no right to privacy for a Russian spy. What a FISA warrant does is it basically seeks to treat someone as a foreign spy or entity, thereby allowing surveillance and things like that that commonly wouldn't be justified for an American citizen because they have the First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment. Do you agree with all of that?
No, you kind of mischaracterized it. It's a secret court. Okay. A judge still has to approve the warrants. It's a secret court in order to protect national security secrets.
But what did I say that I misrepresented? Everything I said was factually true about it. The reasoning for it.
No, repeat what you said again.
If you would listen to me.
God damn it, dude. Stop, man. Stop.
It's very frustrating.
You're wanting me to be precise about your language, and I'm asking you to repeat what the fuck you said.
I will repeat again for you. All right? Now, do you want? I'll go as slow. I'll slow it way down. Americans have rights, such as those outlined in the Bill of Rights. So there are certain things that investigators can't do, types of surveillance and things like that. But foreign nationals and foreign spies do not have those protections under our Constitution. And so the FISA warrant is in order to survey an American citizen to temporarily take away those rights by treating them as a foreign spy.
What rights do you think they're being taken away?
Your Fourth Amendment right to privacy.
But if a court approves a warrant, how is that trampling on your rights?
A court can't wiretap you or send confidential human sources as AK spies to you unless there is a warrant that justifies them doing so. The FISA warrants are a particular type of warrant that allows more intrusive spying measures and investigative measures by treating you as a threat to the country. Foreign intelligence, you're an intelligence threat to the United States.
But how is that violating your Fourth Amendment if there was a warrant and due process?
I'm not, if there's a warrant in due process, it wouldn't be. We're not talking about whether or not this was a violation. We're talking about what a FISA warrant is.
Yes.
Okay.
It is a due process.
Now, let's wrap it up. You said that when I said that the first time, you said that I had mischaracterized. I said, what part of
No, you said it was to take away your rights. And I said, how is it taking away your Fourth Amendment right if there's a warrant?
Right. So we're discussing the warrant. And I said the warrant is to justify them getting around your protections of your rights, to restrict them temporarily. Your claim of, but how is it taking away your rights if they have a warrant? The question is non-responsive to what I'm saying. Yes, that'd be like if I say the death penalty is when they find you guilty, and in a state that allows it, they find you guilty of a capital offense and decide through a jury that
Okay, fair enough. I took issue with the whole treating you like a foreign agent, blah, blah, taking away your agency, because it made it sound like there wasn't a due process involved in this.
No, it has nothing. Again, you're looking into things. I'm just talking. That's the important.
That's what you said, to take away your rights.
No. I don't even know why I'm having this discussion. Yes, the way the system's supposed to work is you're supposed to have due process, and a warrant is supposed to be issued before your rights are taken away. Our system allows certain exemptions of when your rights can be temporarily restricted, such as a FISA warrant being issued against you. Right? I'm not saying whether or not this FISA warrant right now was justified. We haven't got there because I have to take fucking baby steps with you because you're a moron. And so I was just explaining what a FISA warrant is. Dude, what? Hit another toke, right? You'll get through it. Don't worry. So what I'm suggesting to you is your defense of, well, technically, the Trump investigation started, Crossfire Hurricane started before the FISA warrant on Carter Page. Yes, that's technically true. It started with George Papadopoulos, which I'll start to talk about, and you'll say I don't know enough about, so we shouldn't talk about.
I really don't. That's another thing.
Right. Okay, right. So you don't know any of the things you're talking about, but you keep using these things as...
Well, I know them broadly because I cover the news, dude. I don't know them specifically to be able to get into the minutia of the details, which is what you seem to be wanting to do. And but George Papadopoulos did this on December 22nd of January, blah, 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 blah. And I can't dispute that.
Who said that you like talking about the issues and specifics and not sort of talking...
And not personalities.
You don't know. Right. It seems like you don't know a goddamn thing about the specifics of any of the things you're talking about.
I know about policy. I watch fucking congressional hearings for fun. I don't sit and listen to right-wing commentators on AM radio just yak about what Carter Page was doing for the last 20 years to try to cover up Trump's investigation.
You don't give a shit. You would have said the same thing that was occurring at the time if there was someone like me saying, I think that the FBI is improperly surveilling.
You keep straw-manning me.
You would have been right there. You would have been right there going, dude, I just follow the news. I'm not going to listen to your fucking crazy conspiracy theories that they're blah, 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 blah. What
you keep straw-manning me.
You're reading someone, you're acknowledging, you start off saying, I acknowledge that the FBI is corrupt. I acknowledge that they've engaged in double standards. And
No. They do not engage in the double standard, you say.
I don't give a fuck. I'll just mute you. So you're saying, I know they've engaged in these double standards, but just for the people I like. In the past, that's what they've done. And so you've read some source that spoon-fed you something that you wanted to hear about a group you had an affinity for, and you say, yeah, in that case I...
That source I read straight from the DOJ.
Right, so please...
Let me finish! I've talked the whole goddamn time! Let me finish.
I don't give a shit. I'll just mute you. So... What I'm doing is I'm correctly saying that you would have been the same person. All you'll do is wait 30 years from now. Does the DOJ compile a report? And if the DOJ, let's say hypothetically 30 years from now, is like, yeah, actually the FBI acted incredibly inappropriately in obtaining a FISA warrant to go after people connected to Trump, which the IG's...
No, it didn't.
They do that 30 years from now.
The IG report did not suggest that the Pfizer warrant was wrong to go at...
the DOJ said it, so it must be true. When, just like I'm saying, if you were around 30 years ago or 40 or 50 years ago, you would have been saying, how dare you malign your fucking talking points? The FBI targeted Martin Luther King. How dare you? You'll wait until the FBI or the DOJ tells you what to think, and then you'll think it. That's the type of person you are. You would have been the exact enemy of someone like Martin Luther King.
Oh my God!
Someone like that. Because when they were saying we're being improperly abused by these investigative agencies, you'd have said, you sound like a conspiracy theorist.
No, they really were. You're full of shit.
Right, because they really were, because they admit it now. But at the time, you wouldn't have said that.
No, wrong. Wrong, dude. Wrong.
Now, nonetheless, so what I'm saying is, so there was problems with the start of the Russia investigation anyways, but
that's what, okay, that's back to the point. That's what the Durham investigation was about, and they found nothing wrong.
That's not true. That is
Yes, it is true.
They found nothing wrong. I don't give a shit what Durham found. We could prove.
Of course, I know you don't give a shit about facts.
No, the Durham investigation was not just about,
The start of the Russia investigation.
Find anything. Bullshit, right? Now, let me finish my point, right? What I'm saying is, given the facts that we already know, let me ask you another question. You acknowledge the importance of our Bill of Rights, correct?
Yes.
And so you acknowledge that if you were to get a FISA warrant in order to temporarily restrict someone's Bill of Rights protections...
That's not... No! A warrant! Literally, that's what it is to go around your Bill of Rights protections. That's why you go and get a warrant. The court says you are allowed to do this. That's any warrant. That's not just a FISA warrant.
Right, so you start off by saying no, and then completely restate my point. Yep. So what you meant to say instead of no was yes, and then restating my point. Yes, that's the purpose of the warrant. These Bill of Rights protections are very important. It's outlined in our Constitution. And so to temporarily restrict someone's rights, we should have due process, and you should have to go through a court and get a warrant to do so. It's a very serious matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, given that, do you think that the people applying for that warrant, in this case the FBI, that if they're using evidence that is material to their obtaining a warrant, that they should do their due diligence to verify it before submitting that evidence to a court?
Once again, this is a fucking loaded question, but I'll go ahead and answer it. No, a lot of fucking law enforcement action starts on just a simple allegation. I might not agree with that, but that is how it works.
What do you mean? We're asking what you think should be the case.
I think the police should be abolished, man. I'm a police abolitionist.
You criticize me for wanting the FBI abolished, but you want the police abolished.
You realize I started this at the very beginning saying I want to abolish the FBI. I started out the whole conversation. I realize that you have done a really good job of just pretending I'm some straw man you can attack. But like, I started the very, very top of this conversation with I want to abolish the FBI.
You got him. Get your debate pro bingo card out. Gish gallop, fallacy, straw man. You got all the terms. You're doing good. Doing good. Sound real smart.
Yep. Chad is correct. I specifically began by saying I'm not here to defend the FBI.
Okay, I didn't hear you say you wanted to abolish it.
I want to abolish the FBI. I'm pretty sure I said it at the beginning, but my chat would tell you that's my position.
Okay, maybe you did say it. I just heard you say you're not here to defend the FBI, but maybe you said you wanted to abolish it. That's fine. Great. Nonetheless, the point still stands.
I would still like to get back to...
The FBI exists. No, please, let me finish. The FBI exists, right? And with it existing, they're able to get FISA warrants. And despite what we may want, that doesn't appear to change in the near future. So legally, what they're required to do, and morally what they should be doing, is verifying the evidence they're submitting in order to get warrants to spy on people and take away their Bill of Rights protections. And you're like, nah, I don't think so.
I never said, God damn, dude. God damn. You love straw manning people. No.
Redefine your position. You said no when I asked you that question. You say no, and then you ramble on. What do you? When I said
I ramble on.
Verify. When I said, and I quote, I'll repeat the question. I said this. I said, do you think they should have to verify the information they're submitting to the court before they get a FISA warrant? And you said no. That's what you said. And then you went on to explain why.
No, I said most law enforcement actions don't start with verify. They start on just a simple accusation.
That's not the question that I asked. The question.
Oh, I know your question was a loaded fucking question, you dumb fuck. I'm aware. That's why I hate that you.
It's factually incorrect. Anyways, most law enforcement investigations, the investigation might start based on an accusation, but before they get warrants and before they get wiretaps and things of that nature, they are legally required to be submitting truthful, lawful evidence in order to get those warrants. In fact, if you're found to have been infactual or intentionally lying when you submitted a warrant in order to spy or survey someone, then oftentimes the entire case could be thrown out because it's fruit of a poisonous tree. All the evidence that you're getting when you knowingly submitted false information or chose not to verify information to get a warrant can no longer be used. So you're just factually wrong, and Pisco, that lawyer that you seem to like so much, is in my chat right now and would tell you you're factually wrong, that most law enforcement, most FISA warrants or most warrants just start with an accusation and not verification of evidence. That's factually incorrect.
I don't even know how to fucking respond to. I don't even fucking know, dude.
Like, it's legally required to attempt to verify information. When they submit evidence to a court, the court is assuming or is to believe that the FBI has done their due diligence.
I've been trying to get back to a certain point that I've wanted to make for the longest time. You keep red herring me.
Yeah, I did name drop Pisco, but only because before you were in the chat, Pisco, this guy was like, this lawyer you talked to the other day, he was really good. So I just wanted him to know that even lawyers would think this is a... So the point I'm...
Dude, this guy has straw-manned me all to hell, Pisco.
When you ask specifically why it's important that they got this...
Dude, will you shut the fuck up for a second? You have talked over me this entire fucking time. Now, I would like to go back to the point I was trying to make about the incentive. You claimed academia, the media, the FBI, all these structures are colluding against Trump. Now, I did not present this as evidence that the FBI doesn't target dissidents. Matter of fact, I went over the history the FBI has of targeting dissidents. What I am asking you is if academia, the media, everybody is in on it, what is going on to cause that? What is the root cause? It can't just be everybody hates Trump and wants to take him down.
Yeah, can I respond? I don't want to talk over you.
Yes, please respond.
I'll go back to the point that I was making, and I'll completely ignore anything you're saying because you're attempting to deflect from the point. Now, when we were discussing what the topic of the debate is double standards and corruption by the FBI, when we were discussing the importance of the FISA warrants, I was laying the groundwork to make you admit baby steps that, yes, people's Bill of Rights and constitutional protections are important, and the FBI should have to verify information before they get a FISA warrant to survey someone. That's even more true if the person they're surveying is connected to a candidate and then president of the United States of America. Bill Binney, a former NSA official, talks about what's called the two-hop rule, which shows that if you're able to spy on a person with a FISA warrant, you not only get all of their communications and everyone they talk to, but then all the communications of everyone those second group of people talk to, which means, in effect, the reason the FISA warrant was so damning was that it was able to get all of the communications from the entire Trump campaign from the time that Carter Page was there, and possibly many of the communications of once Trump was president. Remember, this warrant was submitted 4 times, including after Trump was president, 3 times the warrant was submitted. So
yes, it was renewed, and a judge agreed that there was sufficient evidence to grant it, correct?
James Comey has even admitted, if he knew then what we now know, that he would have not submitted it for a FISA warrant.
I don't know what James Comey said, man. And like, as I've said, I'm pretty sure you're probably misquoting him.
Let me answer your question. Yes, a FISA judge did accept this because the FBI submitted it as the FISA judges mistakenly thought that this was verified by the FBI.
What was verified?
The FISA warrant, the Steele dossier that was the primary reason for the FISA application.
Whoa. Once again, the Steele dossier was opposition research. It came from a MI6 agent. It would have a confidence analysis in it. And I think they found something like 60-70% of it was verifiable. Something to that effect.
Really? What? Tell me some of the stuff that was verifiable. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me look up the story.
Sure. Now, keep in mind, if I was to say this, Carter Page taught at a university in Russia. Does that justify a FISA warrant? No. The allegations that justified the warrant were things like he was offered 20% of Rosneft, a Russian oil company, in order to conspire with Russia to influence the 2016 election.
I don't know enough about this to be able to say, oh, this guy is correct or this guy is wrong. This would be a topic I would have to look into.
You brought it up. You talked about, surely they said it was 70% accurate. Again, another claim that you brought up, and when I start talking about it, you're like, well, I don't know.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Tell me some of the factual claims in the Steele dossier that justified a FISA warrant. Go ahead. Surely you have some.
So far, no single piece of evidence has been made public proving that the Trump campaign joined with Russia to steal the U.S. presidency. But FBI Director James Comey told a hush committee room in Congress last week that this is precisely what his agents are investigating. It's gonna... fucking shit.
I'll wait.
I'm gonna have to read this fucking... See, this is why fucking I need to know what we're talking about so I can research. So it's not fun to watch me read an article on fucking air, dude. And also, can we please get back to the point I kept trying to get back to?
So I don't want, like, it's funny, you accuse me of gish galloping, which is that I'm rapid firing points to move on from the topic that you want to talk about. But every time we hammer down on a single topic, you're like, I want to move on from that. I don't know. Let me just read this article. I'll link it in your chat from the Washington Times. It says,
The Washington Times.
Washington Times 2020. James Comey admits he wouldn't have signed Carter Page FISA application. Former Bureau Director admits he wouldn't have signed Carter Page FISA application. Former Director Comey on Wednesday acknowledged that the Bureau bungled the handling of the surveillance of a Trump campaign advisor, but he refused to take personal blame and insisted that his failure was trusting the process. Comey said he was proud of the investigation. He said it was good work overall, despite embarrassing lapses that included the FBI lawyer's distortion of evidence and the Bureau's withholding or muddying of key facts to a secret court that approved the FBI spying on Trump advisor. It was done by the book. It was appropriate, and it was essential that it be done, Comey said. But during 4 hours of testimony to the Senate Judiciary Committee, Comey repeatedly said he wasn't aware of much of what was going on beneath him. He said he wouldn't know the key source used to produce the largely discredited anti-Trump Steele dossier, which was an integral part to the warrant.
Whoa. Once again, largely discredited anti-source Steele dossiers, Washington Times editorializing.
Okay, nonetheless, are they editorializing when when Comey specifically says that they falsified evidence from Kevin Kleinsmith when they had errors and omissions, when he says that he wouldn't have signed it if he knows now what he did then? Is that them falsely editorializing as well?
I don't know because I don't have it in front of me, dude. And once again, we're arguing he said, she said bullshit, which was what I started off with at the beginning. Like, I don't like doing that.
You're the one who brings these things up, and then...
Oh, my God.
I don't want to talk about this.
No, I bring up a point, and then you're like, but this guy did this on this day, and blah, 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 to make yourself sound smart and informed when I have no way of verifying the claims that you are making.
In one exchange, Mr. Comey acknowledged that if he knew what he knows today about the Page warrant application, he would not have signed off on it as is. Quote, no, not without a more fuller discussion about how they were thinking about their obligations to the court, he said.
Okay, and that is evidence of what?
That's evidence that even James Comey, the former head of the FBI, admits that you're basically insinuation that, oh, well, the warrant was okay. They had an allegation, so they were justified in getting the warrant. Even the former head of the FBI says, yeah, I wouldn't have signed off on it knowing what I know now.
It doesn't say what you just read didn't say that. It said he might have been more thorough with the process.
Let me repeat what he said.
My God.
In one exchange, Comey acknowledged that if he knew what he knows today about the page warrant application, he wouldn't have signed off on it as is. No.
As is.
Right. So the warrant that was accepted by the court, he
as is.
Signed off on. Right. So the warrant that was signed off on, he would not have signed off as is. He would have probably said, okay, these are some allegations. Can you prove that they're true? And the FBI would have said, no, we didn't even attempt to prove that they were true. And then a reasonable FBI director would have said, okay, then you can't fucking submit it. I'm not going to sign off on it. Because what I'm arguing is the FBI didn't even attempt to verify these allegations before they submitted it to a court, which they are legally and morally obligated to do.
I don't know that that's true. Once again, the Durham report found no wrongdoing.
Again, you're deflecting. The Durham report did not find no wrongdoing. That is not what the Durham report says at all. Show me anywhere where the Durham report says we found no wrongdoing. Go ahead. For the quote. Now, the IG report showed that 17...
Well, I don't think the report is actually out yet. I've got statement of expenditures.
But wait a minute. You keep talking declaratively about what the Durham report found.
But he has closed the investigation and not charged anybody.
How do you know? He's already charged. He's charging Igor Dashenko.
He charged it.
You didn't know of. Right?
Durham is charging Igor Dashenko.
Igor Dashenko, yes. Igor Dashenko, and what's he being charged with? Lying to the FBI because he was the material. Now we know from the filings of the Durham report, not only did the FBI know that Igor Dashenko was lying to them, but they actually paid him as a confidential human source. So they paid a Russian spy to spread Russian disinformation to influence the election. The FBI paid him. And then used his information without ever verifying it. Information that we now know.
Dashenko made false statements regarding the sources of certain information that he provided to a UK investigative firm that was then included in reports prepared by the UK investigative firm and subsequently passed by the FBI. The June 15th, 2017 false statement count alleges that Dashenko denied that he had spoken with a particular individual about material information contained in one of the company reports when he knew that was untrue. The March 16th, 2017, May 18th, 2017, October 24th, 2017, and November 16th, 2017 counts involve statements made by Dashenko on those dates to FBI agents regarding information he purportedly had received from an anonymous caller who he believed to be a particular individual, when in truth and in fact he knew that was untrue. The information purportedly conveyed by the anonymous caller included the allegation that there were communications ongoing between the Trump campaign and Russian officials, and that the caller had indicated the Kremlin might be of help in getting Trump elected. So where you said the FBI said what?
The FBI paid. The latest filings from Dashenko showed that the FBI actually had Dashenko, someone they were investigating as a Russian spy in 2018. From 2017 to 2019 or 20, they paid Igor Dashenko as a confidential human source, which had the effect of Freedom of Information Act requests not being allowed to be retrieved. So the very Russian that was a spy, that was the subsource for the reason for getting the warrant to spy on Trump's campaign, was then paid by the FBI, who took his, what we now know to be inaccurate claims, used them to spy on the Trump campaign, and then paid the very Russian spy to ensure that Freedom of Information Act requests could not be retrieved on who that Russian spy was.
Hold on, I am only finding this claim from far right nut job fucking sites. The alleged source for disgraced former spy Christopher Steele's infamous anti-Trump dossier was a paid confidential human source for the FBI. A court filing is claimed. Let's see the court filing. Does it link to it? No, it doesn't. Oh, weird.
You don't think it links to it?
I want to see the court filing. No, it just links to more Washington Examiner articles because they are fucking propaganda. Okay, this is their quote from January 2017 through October 2020 as part of its efforts to determine the truth or falsity of specific information in the Steele reports. The FBI conducted multiple interviews of the defendant regarding, among other things, the information In March 2017, the FBI signed the defendant up as a paid confidential human source of the FBI. The FBI terminated its source relationship with the defendant in October 2020. The defendant lied to FBI agents several times during several of these interviews. This is the only place I can find the claim, and it does not link to the court documents.
I'm putting the link in your...
To the court documents. To the court documents.
Putting the link
to the court documents. To the court documents.
To the court document. Yep. Go to page 2.
You won't be able to put the link in there. Send it to me on Discord. Or
copy and paste it then.
Send it on Discord.
Right. So now I have to minimize my screen. Great.
Oh yeah, this is so much trouble for you.
Right, because I'm streaming the Discord window, but they just saw our whole conversation. I don't care if you don't. There you go. Click on it. Go to page 2. First line in page 2. In March 2017, the FBI signed the defendant up as a paid confidential human source of the FBI. The FBI terminated its source relationship with the defendant in October 2020.
But who made that claim?
Well, that claim was made by the Durham Limelight filing against Deschenko in their trial that they have going on. Or are we now going to argue that this court filing is just right-wing extremist media as well?
I'm reading it, motherfucker.
Have at her. Have you been right about any single thing that we've disagreed with?
Every fucking thing.
Every single time. You've been right about everything. Every time we talk about specifics, what you're going to say is, but I want to go back to talking about capitalism after you're proven wrong yet again on this point. You're out of your depth.
I'm out of my depth. My God.
First line, page 2. Read it out loud.
In March 2017, the FBI signed the defendant up as a paid confidential human source of the FBI. The FBI terminated its source relationship with the defendant in October of 2020. So why were they paying him?
Got it. I just told you.
No, you made an assertion.
I'll tell you my opinion.
You think the FBI was paying him to lie to them?
The FBI knew that he was lying through that time.
How do you know the FBI knew that he was lying? What the...
Because the FBI is evidence for the prosecution in the case against Igor Deschenko. The FBI told Durham he lied to us about who these calls were from. And the FBI is saying that to protect their ass because they're trying to make it seem like, because it looks so bad. Wait a minute, you took this Russian guy that was being investigated as a Russian spy who you knew was being paid for by Hillary Clinton, and you took his information, didn't verify it, and used it to spy on Trump's campaign. And so the FBI is like, well, yeah, but he lied to us. So the FBI is acknowledging we knew he was lying to us in 2017, but they still decided to pay him as a confidential human source and still resubmit the application 4 times. And if you'd like me to go further, I can. The Inspector General, like, you're aware of this. The Inspector General...
So you're saying the FBI was paying the dude to lie in order to obtain a warrant on Trump?
They were paying the dude because they didn't want his information to be accessible through Freedom of Information Act requests, because a paid confidential human source is not allowed to have that information disclosed publicly. But they wanted to investigate Trump. That's what this was all about, because there's a double standard at the FBI. Which is why the accusation was we have to investigate Trump because we think he's colluding with Russians in order to steal the election, when in reality it was Hillary Clinton's team who was colluding with Russians in order to have disinformation to try to affect the election in the Trump presidency. And the FBI went right along with it.
That is a wild fucking claim with no evidence.
I just provided the evidence. Was Igor Deschenko being investigated as a Russian spy in 2008? Yes or no? We'll just do some yes or no's. I don't want to get accused of gish galloping, so let's take it step at a time. Was Igor Deschenko a suspected Russian spy by the FBI? No answer. Yes, he was. Next question, then. Now, he'll accuse me of gish galloping.
I'm looking it up, you dumb fuck. Man, you are incredibly dishonest.
What have I been dishonest about? Even on these
Fucking
specific things.
Shit. Everything.
Yeah, every time you say I'm being dishonest, we look into it and I'm correct. Just like it was only right-wing extremist sites that were saying that Igor Dushenko was a confidential human source for the FBI. Turns out I was right about that.
Wait, I said that? What the... I am very good about not making positive claims and asking questions when I don't know the answer to things. And I think you're very good at mischaracterizing what I've fucking said.
I don't think I am mischaracterizing.
I think you are. So Igor Dushenko was a Russian... And fucking shit. This has nothing to do with... This is such a fucking red herring, man, to get away from the actual fucking topic. Oh. And I would have to fucking look into this claim about 2008.
All right, here's from the judiciary.senate.gov. Good enough website for you?
Fair enough.
From the actual Senate Okay, I'll send it on Discord again. Okay? Ready? We'll take it a step at a time.
My God, dude.
There's the link. Let me know when you've opened the link.
To the Honorable Lindsey Graham.
That sounds like you're poisoning the well by mocking him. Anyways.
My God, dude.
Paragraph 3, quote, a footnote in the Inspector General's report contains information which up till now has been classified and redacted, bearing on the reliability of the Steele dossier. The FBI has declassified the relevant portion of the footnote, number 334, which states, quote, the primary subsource was the subject of an FBI counterintelligence investigation from 2009 to 2011 that assessed her documented contacts with suspected Russian intelligence officers. Further, at my request, the FBI has prepared disclassified summary of certain information from the counterintelligence investigation of the primary subsource, which I'm now providing to the committee. So yes.
But I don't understand what that means. I don't understand how that makes your fucking case.
All right, we're taking it step by step because you're saying I'm being incredibly dishonest. So we now know that the primary subsource that was paid for by Hillary Clinton and working with people connected to the Hillary campaign and was paid for as a confidential human source from the FBI, we now know that he was actually being investigated as a Russian spy.
Okay.
Okay, so when we're talking about the need...
Well, that's the claim in the letter from the Inspector General. I never read the follow-up declassified information.
It quotes...
The problem with discussing something that I haven't read in depth is that you can cherry pick.
You keep saying, you're not just saying I'm cherry picking, you keep saying I'm lying about everything. And then every time we go and I bring evidence to show it, you then deflect and move on to the next talking point. They paid a guy who was being investigated as a Russian spy. The Hillary Clinton camp colluded with him. We know that guy spread bullshit. The FBI accepted that bullshit, never verified it, used it to spy on Trump.
The Hillary Clinton camp colluded with him, is what you're trying to say. But he was just...
correct.
Him being a source for the Steele dossier doesn't mean anything.
Why doesn't it mean anything? If the allegations that justified the warrant came from a known Russian spy or someone who was being investigated as a Russian spy who is paid for by Hillary Clinton, and the entire argument that you made is investigations are justified if there are connections to shady Russia.
No. Stop straw manning me. I am saying that the Steele dossier was opposition research, and it's going to contain things that may or may not be true, and that an intelligence agency almost certainly said, we have a confidence level in this. I don't know what they said about Dushenko in the Steele dossier, and you are using this as like absolute proof that the FBI, they were out to get Trump, and it is an absurd claim. There is so much fucking smoke there. There has to be fire.
It is not an absurd claim. So we know that whatever the FBI alleged about their confidence level, and I just read to you an article from the Washington Times with James Comey saying, I didn't really know much about it. Inspector General, but you keep interrupting me when I try to make.
But the Washington Times is not a reputable source, and I don't know that they aren't cherry picking James Comey. I don't know that his whole statement doesn't really like.
I don't give a fuck.
So this is why I said at the beginning.
The select communist sources that I read are reputable sources. Fuck you.
No. And you just said commie sources. My God, dude.
I will finish my point that you've continued to interrupt me when I tried to make it. You don't have to take the Washington Times word for it. You can take the Inspector General's word for it. Now, the Inspector General talked about 17 errors, omissions, or problems that came with this FISA application that he thought were very serious. But the two most serious ones were, one, the case of Kevin Kleinsmith, where Kevin Kleinsmith, a high-ranking lawyer for the FBI, submitted evidence to the FISA court that said the opposite of the truth. They had requested, the FBI had reached out to the FBI because there was an allegation that Carter Page had assisted the CIA. I'm sorry, not the FBI. There was an allegation that that Carter Page had assisted the CIA as a operative to bring down corrupt Russians. And the CIA responded, yes, he did that. And what Kevin Kleinsmith did was he submitted to the FISA court. We reached out to the CIA to see if Carter Page was an asset for them to go after Russians, and they said no. So he lied. He said the opposite of the truth. Because it would seem pretty damaging to investigate someone as a Russian spy if that person's working with the CIA to help bring down Russians. So that the FBI lied about it. And the IG was very concerned about that. But he said, you know what's even worse than that? This was the thing that the Inspector General said was the absolute worst. When they talked to the primary subsource, Christopher Steele, the person making all the salacious allegations about Trump committing crimes and people connected to Trump committing crimes, when the FBI finally talked to him after approving the second warrant, Igor Dushenko told them, oh, that was all just rumors and bullshit. I can't believe you're using it to spy on Trump. And the FBI then went back to the FISA court and said, we talked to the primary subsource. We think he was telling the truth. And that's it. And they didn't say, oh, and what we think he was telling the truth about was that the entire dossier is bullshit. They left that part out. And so to the FISA court, the impression was, oh, so the allegations that the primary subsource made that you filed this warrant for, he said, the FBI believes that they're truthful. But in reality, even the primary subsource was saying, no. And the IG said he was shocked by how terrible that was. He couldn't believe that the FBI had done that. Thanks for the raid, non-smoker. Now, you can say all you want. You're mischaracterizing. You don't know shit about this. You don't.
I don't. I admitted it. And that's why I want you to let me talk. Do not interrupt me. Because my God, dude, you have talked this entire time. Okay? I want everyone in Rob's chat to see what he has done.
I'm listening.
I specifically started this. I don't want to talk about personalities. I don't want to talk about he said, she said. I want to talk about things that are factual, that can be verified and looked up. What Rob has done every time I've tried to nail him down on something has been to red herring and move on to something where he has talked for 20 minutes and made a gazillion fucking points and not let me respond to anything. He's mischaracterized my entire position. And it's just exacerbating. And I've wanted to keep going back to the motivation, the system that maybe if Rob and I both agree that the FBI should be abolished, maybe we can come to a conclusion on how to make that happen. And why that might need, what the system is that is causing the two parties to collude against dissident voices. But Rob doesn't want to talk about the thing that actually motivates people, which is capitalism.
You keep saying that you don't want to talk about innuendo. You want to talk about things that we can verifiably prove. And then you just want to talk about your opinion that capitalism is the root of all evil. Your statement is factually incorrect.
I never said that. That's a straw man.
Please.
I am trying to tell you about what is motivating. Dude, you just fucking lied about me.
I just gave you a chance.
You just came on here and created an absolute straw man.
I'm not going to allow you to interrupt.
Dude, I am done with you, man. I am fucking done with you because you don't. What
you can see is what you said was factually incorrect when you said every time you tried to nail me down on something specifically. That is the exact inversion of the truth. Every time I've said something and we've gone into the specifics of it, you said you wanted things that we could look up. Every single time that we've looked them up, I've been proven to be correct, and you were incorrect every single time. You can't.
No. You keep like in 2008. Quarter page, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, I can't even fucking look this up to verify if you're correct, if you are cherry picking, if you're taking something out of fucking context. So if I can't falsify you talking for 40 minutes about something I can't verify or falsify is a dirty rhetorical tactic.
Okay. If that's the truth, give me an example of a source that you could cite that the same criticism couldn't have been levied. For example, let me play devil's advocate. Well, when you cited a Department of Justice source saying that the FBI targeted Martin Luther King, how can I even look that up? How could I trust? That's not right to bring that into this debate. How would I even go about? I'm not just going to accept the Department of Justice's word for it. So how would I be able to look that up? So I think...
Why wouldn't you? They were the ones that did it. They were releasing a report on themselves.
So?
Why wouldn't you believe them?
So you intuitively believe everything the FBI or DOJ says about...
No! Once again, that is a loaded question, dude. You are so fond of fallacies.
You keep using words that you think mean...
You keep using words you don't know what they mean, like you kept accusing me of gish gallop.
You were making a bunch of points to deflect from the center point of what we were talking about.
You said after I made 1 point, you dumb shit.
You didn't. You made 3 points. You started to talk about the reasoning that I was doing things and deflecting and what things were said. That's what you were doing, right? So again, when we talked, every time we've gone to the evidence, right? So this particular charge, right, was from a Senate.
No. Every time it's evidence, it is like
a letter from Lindsey Graham that is directly quoting a footnote from the FBI.
Oh my!
And you're
God,
like, nope,
dude.
I don't accept that. Now, if Lindsey Graham would have put the exact same thing and said a footnote from the FBI says that the FBI targeted MLK, you'd say absolutely, that's true. Yeah, that's what you would say. You would say that's true. It's right there. It's in an FBI footnote. I accept that. But if the FBI footnote says...
I was warned that you would do exactly this to me, but hey, dude.
I can't verify that. Get onto your capitalism shit. I know you're itching to talk about it. You've proven yourself to be a buffoon.
Well, you keep saying that there's the academia, the media, the FBI are all colluding to take down dissident voices. Why?
Because they have a hegemony on power. And they want to maintain that hegemony on power, so they don't want dissident voices.
And in a capitalist society with, a whole bunch of millionaires and billionaires in office and buying politicians, how is that not capitalism incentivizing that in the media?
Well, let me
like even to the point to where YouTubers like Rob, you have talked so fucking much. Even to the point where YouTubers like you and I are incentivized to go with the status quo, are we not? Is that not capitalism?
You've already admitted that's not the case, that we have a mixed economy, that we don't have a purely capitalist society.
How is it not a capitalist incentive?
Let me finish, right? So
how is it not the capitalism is the ownership of the means of production? You want to talk about how both parties collude?
You can ask me a question and then I start to answer and you keep repeating the question. Go ahead, let me know when you're done repeating the question. Go ahead.
You said both parties collude together. How is that not the capitalist class?
Do you want to re-ask the question?
Yes, follow the money.
Have you re-asked the question? Do you want to re-ask the question again? I don't want to start answering and then having you...
How is that not the capitalist class?
Great, you re-ask again. Do you want to re-ask again? Because once I start answering, you're going to re-ask the question again, correct? So do you want to re-ask again before I start answering? Or are you going to leave me answer?
Go on, dumb shit.
Okay. If I was in your position, I wouldn't be calling anyone dumb. What you're saying...
Dude, just because you came on here and spouted out a bunch of fucking fallacies doesn't mean you're smart.
There we go. It's clearly not capitalism. You're not going to the root. Every single person involved in this corruption breathes oxygen. So clearly this is oxygen's fault.
So what's the root then?
Even people that aren't capitalists breathe oxygen. So all evil that's ever been done in the world was clearly done to try to get more oxygen.
You're saying that there is a power dynamic in a hyper-capitalist society.
Oxygen.
So how could that not?
That's the end of your question.
Which is seeping into academia and the media, which are not controlled by politicians in any way. So there has to be some sort of system that is incentivizing people to do this, right?
You're right about the seeping in. Oxygen's always seeping in. Yeah.
So what is it if it's not the capitalist incentive?
It's oxygen all around us. That's what it is. So.
Why is Nancy Pelosi and several fucking Republicans all for keeping their stock trading? Why are they for keeping that legal?
Oxygen. They're trying to get more oxygen.
You're an idiot. You know that, right?
No, I'm proving how stupid your point is.
No, you're not.
What you're doing?
How do people exercise power in a capitalist society?
I don't know. They exercise power in a litany of ways. Are you saying just through private property and money? No, there are ways to exercise power. Even poor people can exercise power. Even people that are homeless that have almost no private property.
Well, yeah. Poor people exercise power through collectivism. That's a leftist policy.
Not just collectivism.
How do poor people exercise power against the capitalist system?
I could own no possessions whatsoever and exercise power to force you to do something you don't want by punching you in the face.
We're talking about systems here. We're not talking about an individual.
The point is what you're doing, and this is what people like you that want to criticize capitalism for everything often do. I say it's about people wanting to maintain power, and you say, power. And what power is private property and money. And so these people are trying to get money, therefore money is the root of the problem. And I'm here to tell you that no, there would still be people.
I didn't say money was the root of the problem. I said the capitalist system incentivizes people.
So does the socialist system. So does the communist system.
What does socialism incentivize people to do?
Socialism incentivizes corrupt officials to maintain positions in government so that they can get their agenda passed because they know.
A good example of socialism would be a worker co-op.
Right. You don't think there's corruption or force that's used in worker co-ops?
If you are running a worker co-op and everybody has a democratic vote, like wouldn't that cut down on corruption?
No.
Why wouldn't it?
You're assuming. Well, you assume.
No, I have data to back that up. Like worker co-ops are more productive. They produce happier workers.
Give me some examples. So you think the United States should be one big worker co-op? That's what you think?
No. Once again, that's you straw manning. That's you using a dirty rhetorical tactic. Going back to the main beginning, I said I am a capitalist who believes certain segments of the economy should be regimented. And you have continually mischaracterized me because you were dishonest.
Let me give me a mea culpa. I'm a dirty straw manner. You're right. You never did say that you wanted our government to be a worker co-op. I'll allow you to tell me the government that you're suggesting that we've seen a large company in our country employ before. Go ahead. Give me the example of the government you want. Soviet Union, Mao's China, Cuba. Go ahead.
Probably most representative of the U.S. in the 50s and 60s without all the racism. Without Jim Crow and shit.
So you're saying in the 50s and 60s had racism, if we could magically erase racism, the United States was the pinnacle non-corrupt governmental society.
Once again, it's straw manning me. I didn't say it's the pinnacle non-government corrupt society. I'm saying that yes, the 50s and 60s in the U.S. is probably...
society that you can think of. It is the society you can think of that's best representative of what you want that would be a non-corrupt society.
The 50s and 60s. The 50s and 60s, when we had a high corporate tax rate, a strong social safety net, if you eliminated Jim Crow laws and racial segregation, yeah, I think that's as close as a human system could possibly get. Maybe we need more social safety net programs.
What does that have to do with corruption?
You're the one that brought up corruption.
For example, okay, but you said, right, you're saying all of this corruption is because of capitalism.
No.
That's what you said.
No.
That's
No.
literally what you said.
No, that's literally not what I said. You are straw manning me again.
You tell me if I'm wrong about this. You said, Rob, you're saying all these institutions, the media, academia, the government, they're all colluding to go after dissidents and people like Trump. They're all colluding. And my question is, why? Why are they incentivized to do that? And it's capitalism. Is that not what you said?
Close, yeah.
Okay. And so then I'm like, okay, I'm saying that no, that it's the root of it isn't capitalism, that people engaged in corruption do so because they want power and control, and they will do so in a capitalist society, or they will do so in a socialist society. And then I'm like, give me the society you're pointing to.
I am telling you that the capitalistic incentives...
We're talking about if your supposition is correct, that if we would just remove capitalism, then things...
I didn't say that.
Institutions being incentivized, then what's your
Rob,
point? Why did you
Rob,
bring up capitalism? Why did you?
I specifically didn't say that. You keep straw manning me, and it is really annoying.
I don't know what to say then. I guess we'll go back to square one.
Well, you asked me for a society that I would point to, and I don't think you like my answer that I pointed to the U.S. Because that's kind of like, you MAGA folk, you want to make America great again. Well, what time period are you pointing to?
No, that has nothing to do
with... What
with...
time period are you pointing to?
When I'm talking about make America great again, I'm talking
about... Yes, when was it great?
What made it great? The United States was always great, particularly at its founding. It's still a great country.
I mean, what do we rank in other than, we're first in medical debt and people in prison?
What does it matter?
Well, you said we're great, but what metric are you using to measure that?
The foundational documents of this country are the greatest that have ever been used to found a country.
That's not a metric, Rob.
Sure it is. The spirit...
No, it's not, you dumb shit. I'm asking you, what can we measure the U.S. as being great on? Metric. Something to measure it. Data.
There are problems in the United States, such as we have free speech. If it's not being corruptly taken away by institutions you cheer for.
Who's taking away free speech?
For example, the Biden administration is trying to create basically a ministry of truth. They've been actively working with social media to censor people that they find to be dissidents.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. No, they haven't.
That's bullshit. Look up the case of Alex Berenson, where he's definitively able to prove through emails that he got the Freedom of Information Act request and through his lawsuit against Twitter that Twitter employees were emailing each other back and forth, saying that the Biden administration was pressuring them to take him specifically off of their platform. And then a month after those emails were circulated, he was taken off that platform.
That is bullshit.
Okay, we're going to hammer down on this one, right? We're going to hammer down on it. You're saying that?
If you want to talk about a free speech violation, Donziger. Donziger is a free speech violation, but you probably never talked about him, have you?
I don't know the case.
I know you don't, because that's an actual free speech violation. That was the civil rights attorney who won a judgment against Chevron in Latin America and then was imprisoned for it. On behalf of Chevron. Yeah, but you don't care about actual free speech violations. You're fighting a culture war nonsense.
Are you implying that if I don't
I am implying that the example you give me is not going to be any kind of free speech violation.
You said that's not true, that there are no emails from Twitter.
I didn't say that. I said that the instance you're going to present is not a example of a free speech violation. I said nothing about emails from Twitter existing or not. But you're very good at straw manning people.
Okay, it's not. You keep saying that word. Then what you're doing? This is what you do. You make statements that have nothing to do with the conversation. For example, you say, capitalism's the root of all this shit, and then I
didn't say that. That's another straw man.
You literally said that. You said, let me repeat it again. I've already repeated this once, and then you said
capitalistic incentives. So there has to be something going on that would motivate academia, the media, to all collude together for the capitalist class. I wonder what that is.
You're the one. That sounds like a loaded question.
For example, the way I would combat that would be if you make college completely fucking free, then you don't have to worry about capitalist incentives seeping into academia.
Why?
Because they're not going to be incentivized by market forces. The problem that is driving up the cost of education right now is that they're competing for students. So they're all trying to have like the best sports teams and the best amenities so everybody could go there. But we need to just worry about educating the populace.
So you think if they were all free, then the incentive to be the best university wouldn't exist?
No, it would... How are building fucking football stadiums and putting in food courts with as many food options the incentive to be the best?
The reason that education costs have substantially increased far beyond almost anything else in this country past the price of inflation.
You're going to tell me the government, yet the government used to pay about, 65 to 95% of the cost of education for baby boomers, and it's about 25% now.
That's not true.
It is absolutely
It
true.
was like in the 70s. So you're telling me that in the 70s, when people went to university, it cost them like $1,000 or $2,000?
In California, they paid about 95%. Between state and federal funding, they paid about 95% of college in California.
Show me. Prove it.
Dude, just fucking look it up, man. It's true.
No, prove it. You made
Like
it.
people,
Prove it.
fucking Ronald Reagan even ran on how great the California college systems are.
In 1970, 95% of your college was paid for by the federal government.
About that, yet not the federal government, between the state and federal government. That's why it varied between states. California was very generous. In other places like Louisiana, it was around 55 to 60%.
What you've done over and over again is you give examples that aren't germane to what we're talking about. What I said was that the price increase could be directly contributed to when the federal government started to guarantee federal student loans, because then you couldn't default on them and the government was backing them, which meant that these universities could up and up and up and up and up the price because it was guaranteed that they would get their money from these universities. And then the students are left holding the bag.
Hey, Rob, can you be more concise? No, you never fucking let me finish, and you just keep fucking talking. I forgot what I was even gonna say now, dude. Seriously, man.
Right, you're just interrupting to interrupt. Nonetheless, but college question aside, you keep making points.
Okay. So in 1990, student loans weren't a thing that we measured because they didn't fucking exist.
What?
Student loans were the government didn't keep a measure of them because the number was so insignificant. Do you understand that?
What?
The government didn't keep track of student loans because the number was so insignificant.
Show me a link for that.
Oh my God.
So your argument is that there was 1% of kids that were going to university in 1990 were getting student loans? That's your argument?
Once again, it's hard to just find these things on the spur of the moment.
You made the claim.
It's true. They did not keep track of student loans until 1990 because it was such an insignificant number.
I don't know. It might be true that the government wasn't keeping official stats on it. I would like to see the claim.
Student loans existed in the 90s. I did not say that. I said the federal government. Somebody in the chat did, you dumb shit. And you said it until I fucking corrected you.
I just want a source, just anything. I'm not sure that I'll believe it, but I want a source.
I'm not sure I'll believe it if you give me a source. I know, dude. I know. I'm well aware.
Dude, I'm not the one. I'm not like you that says Washington Times. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
It is bullshit. It's literally not a reputable source.
That's bullshit. Right. As always, you mock me for the very thing that you do. Right. I haven't done that yet. I can't guarantee. I don't know what the source would be. I'm willing to look at a source, but I'd like anything that says the reason that the government didn't compile data on student loans was because hardly anyone was using them. up until 1990. I would love to see anything that says that other than just you.
Well, then shut the fuck up and let me look. Because the problem now is all the fucking articles are about Biden's current student loan forgiveness, and it's hard to find older articles.
So here's what I'm reading. According to Education Week, in October 4th, 1995, federal guaranteed loans taken out since 1990 have equaled the total amount borrowed in the 60s, 70s, and 80s combined. 57% increase. But that doesn't say that they weren't significant in the 70s, 80s, or 60s, 70s, and 80s. And then when it says that...
Oh, I wonder why they started in 1990.
You're right.
Why it stopped with 1990 there? Could be because that's when the federal government started tracking it.
I'm glad you asked. Ready? The report attributes the increase in the Higher Education Act's 1992 reauthorization, in which Congress created a new component of the guaranteed loan program that allowed all students, regardless of need, to obtain loans that are federally backed, but whose interest is not federally subsidized. That's right. Even this article attributes the mass increase in student loans because the...
What fucking article, dude? I don't know what you're reading from. But Here's the thing, is that I'm presenting you evidence that school was cheaper back when the government funded it. This whole idea about, like, student loans...
You're not presenting that. In fact,
Yes, I am.
The data... You're talking about something that is completely sidetracked of what we're discussing. When did California stop funding?
I mean, it still funds somewhat. I think it's like 20-something%.
Oh, okay. Well, when did it stop funding 95%? Give me the year.
Once again, this is hard to look up on the spot, dude. Well, I'm referencing shit off the top of my head. I am.
Anytime I say something and you ask for a source, I'm able to provide it quite expediently.
I don't know what to fucking tell you. Like, Oh.
Beginning in the 60s, politicians pushed to increase the amount of students contributed to their education. The state reasons were both ideological and financial. Reagan, who was governor, prided himself in slashing government spending, so he didn't want to subsidize intellectual curiosity. Later, the dot-com bust and the early aughts prompted tuition increases under both Democrat and Republican administrations. Undergraduate fees at UC grew nearly 5 times the rate of inflation between 1977 and 2018. And at the height of the most recent recession, the university raised them 32% in a single year. California State University tuition has grown about 900% in the last 4 decades. Okay?
And for everybody that is saying that I'm not providing sources, come back tomorrow and I will have all the sources for you. I've done that every time that I've been questioned.
If California is still doing much better than the other states, the cost of education is still exorbitant in California as well. And the reason that we've seen that increase occur is because the government got involved and because...
You say the government got involved, but the government is funding college less now.
But it's getting involved in the loans that are going towards colleges.
Capitalistic incentive.
No, that's not capitalism. That's a socialist policy.
Oh my
Government
God.
Control.
So,
right. Nonetheless.
Those were private loans originally, right? The government subsidized private loans. How's that socialism?
just so everyone knows the topic of this debate, it's double standards by the FBI, which he couldn't handle any of the specific. He asked for specific.
No, I think I totally destroyed you on double standards with the FBI.
You didn't. Every time we got into specifics, you just said
did
something up. I would say that proves my point. You would say I don't know enough about that to speak. Then you'd go.
No, I don't think you ever proved your point, my friend.
Yes, every single time that's what happened. You would bring up. You said Paul Manafort, and I said, yeah, let's look at Manafort. And you said, well, I don't know about that. And then you said, wow,
no, I don't know what he was doing fucking 15 fucking years ago. These specifics. That's what I keep.
I don't know enough about that. And then you're like, Russian collusion. I was like, yeah, Igor Dashchenko. And you're like, well, I don't know enough about that. Right? Every single incident. Right? And it was all stuff that you brought up first. And then when I said, actually, that kind of proves my point, you were like, I don't know about it. Let's not talk about it. So then from there, we got to, okay, if hypothetically this exists, then it must be capitalist incentives that's the reason behind it.
No, that is not at all what I have said. You kept saying that academia, the media, and blah, blah, blah are colluding together. Did you not?
I don't believe I used the word colluding. But
okay, well, how did you put it? You named off media, academia, institutions. You said that, right? However you put it.
Right. These institutions are sort of globalist establishment types that are currently paying lip service to the causes of the left because they understand.
What does globalist mean?
Globalist means people that want to erode national borders and have a government that is not of a national identity.
Who in the fuck is proposing that?
Pretty much, like, you could start with the World Economic Forum, but you could start with governments all around that are encouraging mass migration, erosion of national border policies, wanting us to adapt policies and governance from international agencies such as the UN, NATO, places like that.
So you're against us signing on to, like, treaties in the UN or something?
I'm against the specific treaties that we've signed. I'm not against hypothetically engaging with diplomacy of countries, but I'm against what we see is that the decisions and the votes of the individuals in this country hardly matter anymore because a bunch of people that are more concerned with gaining power and increasing hegemony want to usher in a neo-feudalist society where we're all reliant on them. And if that means
neo-feudal society sounds like late-stage capitalism to me.
That's because you're a moron that thinks that all evils are the fault of capitalism. And yet
no, I never said that.
You're a capitalist.
Yes, I pointed that out already.
Right, and you said I'm not a capitalist because I have a boss.
Yes, you do not own your means of production.
So you are you then say that capitalism is the late stages of all the horrible stuff we're talking about. So you are a capitalist and I am not a capitalist, and yet you're criticizing capitalism.
Yes.
Right. It sounds like why would you continue to encourage and facilitate a system that you think is responsible for all these evils?
What evils are you talking about, man?
Well, we got through all of the cases of corruption. You yourself admitted that there was a bunch of corruption. You have talked about things like racism and things like that. If you're saying that capitalist incentives are the reason for all these, why are you a proudly announced capitalist?
What was the reason? Why did we bring slaves over here?
Well, it had to do with power.
Really?
Yes.
How so?
For example, there's this new movie out called The Woman King. It's about a tribe of Africans that was led by a woman that facilitated the slave trade in Africa. Was that because of capitalism?
Did she make money from it?
But wait, I thought you said capitalism wasn't just about money.
It's not. It's about ownership of the means of production. If you're producing slaves, you own the means of production, don't you?
Was communism? Is there someone who has ownership of the means of production in communism?
Do what?
Are there people that own the means of production in communism?
Yes, the government.
Okay. So then you say instead of individuals owning their own means to production, the government should own it all.
No.
You don't. So you're not an advocate for communism then?
Rob, how many times have I started this 3 hours ago stating my position. And now you are once again asking me a loaded question and straw-manning me.
All right, let me recheck the tactic. So you're not advocating for socialism, you're not advocating for communism, you are a capitalist, but you say when I bring up problems that the reasons those problems exist is because of capitalism, right? Then
a capitalist incentive.
Okay, then I guess my question to you is, why are you wasting?
You were talking about hegemony of fucking power in a capitalist society, Rob.
Which you want.
No.
You're a capitalist, you want capitalism.
I have stated it at least 10 times that I want a regimented economy. That I think me making fucking videos for people is fine to be capitalist. But I think that things like energy and healthcare should be run by the government. And I think large businesses should be... Shut the fuck up, dude! Shut the fuck up! You never let me talk!
Yes or no, is that capitalism?
Shut the fuck up!
Yes or no, is that capitalism?
No! I think that the healthcare industry and energy should be run by the government, and I think that factories should be run democratically as co-ops. Because nobody's going to ship your job overseas if you've got a vote in a factory.
So, governments...
So that would be my ideal society.
Right. So, here we go. Businesses are all ran by co-ops, right?
I said factory work.
Just factory work. So, if I am an insurance salesman, it's okay for me to own the business.
And I'm not saying it's just factory work. It might apply to agriculture as well.
This is the system you want. So if I'm the insurance salesman, you're saying, yes, that's fine. You could own that business. You could have employees.
I don't think I think insurance is a scam.
Give me the example of a business where I'm allowed to have ownership and hire employees.
Me, I'm fucking like I am making videos for corporations. It has no bearing on people's lives. It is dependent on my talent. Restaurants would be a good example. They are competing with each other.
You are a comedian. I'll give you that. That is fantastic. You think we should take away people's rights to own business and stuff with
No!
Exception. Me, I'm the exception. I'm allowed to keep doing what I do. Spoken like a true.
No. The businesses I want to take away are things like, dude, shut the fuck up.
It's okay. What I have's okay. It's all those other dirty people. They're the problem. What I'm doing's perfectly fine.
Rob, hey, let me talk. Go ahead,
I'm gonna keep
the businesses I would focus on nationalizing are things like coal. Rob, dude, you are incredibly intellectually dishonest. The businesses I would focus on are like the coal company. Because
There we go. We got it. Woo! We got it. What I'm doing's okay. It's everyone else. They're the problem.
Rob.
Yes. Normally, you just have to insinuate it, but you come right up. First example given. Give me an example of someone. Me. What I do.
Thank you for doing this. I really was a little concerned about my performance tonight, but you just put the nail in the coffin. I am clipping this. This is great.
You should clip it. You absolutely should. I also be clipped.
Yes.
You'll go into my file of socialism.
Rob, would you like me to finish what I was saying? Or are you just gonna?
I don't need you to finish. I don't need you to finish, you fucking hypocrite sack of shit. I don't need you to finish.
I'm not a hypocrite at all. I'm a hypocrite if you straw man me.
We know. Go ahead. Tell us how you're a good one. It's those other dirty business owners.
The industries that I would
Go ahead.
So, once again, the example I was making is I make fucking educational videos or corporate training videos for people. I have no bearing on people's livelihood or their lives, like healthcare or energy. So, segments like that where it's not a matter of life and death, or restaurant would be a good example. Those would be fine being capitalist. But something like the coal mines, as someone who is from Eastern Kentucky, I never could understand how someone could own the coal in the ground. I feel that is an industry that should be ran by the government for the people, because we all need energy. We need to keep energy prices low, and a single payer would be the best way to do that. In healthcare, people have a right to healthcare. Single payer provides the cheapest, most efficient healthcare, or a universal system like single payer. Not every country that I would compare it to is single payer. So, and then when you get to factories...
You don't even believe that, right? You already set aside that sort of thing, right? We weren't even talking about that. You said those sorts of things should be ran by the government. But other things should be worker co-ops. They should be demanded to be worker co-ops.
Yeah.
And I said, let's hear some examples.
Like a factory.
Now, factory work, for example, if I work in a factory and I make toys for children, I make Legos, that's factory work. That's not essential to your life, but you say that too.
No. I'm talking like the steel and... Ho. I'm talking something like the steel industry, where we need it for our supply chain. So if we let industry fucks run that kind of shit, we end up with supply chain issues because we're doing just-in-time supply chain.
I don't have time to get into someone or the...
And okay. Would you say that good-paying factory jobs...
I'll say this, though. It is clear from what you've said just...
I know you don't want to do this debate because you are losing.
You have no clue what you're talking about. For example, when I press you on this, you're like, no. It's just the government should own the means of production of things that matter, and that'll be, I guess, defined by you. So things like energy and things like that. But then other things like steel, we don't consider that at the same level. So the government doesn't own the steel mill, but worker
co-ops. Yeah. Ho, Rob. Can I explain why?
Shut your fucking mouth.
No, you will not let me explain what... Dude, you keep talking over me. You have talked this entire time.
So he's muted, so I'll just finish my point. Then when I go further, and I'm like, okay, what about, for example, an insurance?
This is one of the most dishonest motherfuckers I've ever... Well, my mic automatically ducks his.
I don't own an insurance company either. So if it was just about steel and coal and things like that, then why would he say that about an insurance company? Right now he's like, no. And what it'll be, you can see how these central planners are. It's totally arbitrary. It's always what we're...
I'm not a central planner, dude.
That's exactly what you're doing. You're saying, I've determined that these certain industries should be government-owned, then these next industries...
Let me explain the... Let me explain...
But the industry that I'm involved in, I can't give you a direct delineation. It'll just be on my whim. But the industry...
I did give you a direct delineation. I'm trying to give you more delineations, and you won't shut up.
That's not true. Explain how your direct delineation of a steel factory, but not a Lego factory, implies an insurance company.
Okay. What?
You said the Lego factory could be owned by a private business. The steel factory had to be owned by a worker co-op. The coal mine had to be owned by the government. But an insurance company...
I didn't say had to anything. You keep misrepresenting me.
What do you mean?
Let me explain to you why a steel... Let me explain to you why a steel mill as a worker co-op would be beneficial to the U.S. as a whole. Would you not say that good-paying factory jobs are a good thing?
Yes. Now let me ask you a question.
If you are a worker co-op, is the capitalist class going to ship your job overseas?
I answered your question. Will you answer one of mine?
You will not let me talk, dude, and it is really fucking annoying.
Will you answer one of mine?
You did not let me finish my point, you stupid fuck. God damn.
You can finish your point after you answer my question. I'll ask you a quick question. It'll be a quick answer. Do you think eating healthy is important?
Yes.
Therefore, you're capitalist. Okay. End of debate.
What?
Right. That's what you do. Do you think people should be paid a lot? Yeah, I want people to be paid good. Aha! Okay, what's that prove? You asked a question with an answer that basically everyone would agree with. Yeah, sure, I want people to succeed. I want people to have enough money to pay for food and stuff. Okay, how does that prove that we should endorse your system? You asked a question. Do you want race?
I'm going to tell you if you'll shut the fuck up.
Okay, so explain to me how you...
So shipping... Would you not agree that having a strong manufacturing base is good for the U.S.?
I'll answer your question if you answer one after me, okay? Will you answer the question after me? No? Okay. Then I'm not.
Would you appreciate the country having more manufacturing? Do you think that would be a good thing?
Are you going to?
I know you won't.
After I answer yours, are you going to answer my question after I answer yours?
Yes, dude. Yes. My God.
Okay. Do I think having a good manufacturing base is good for the country? Yes. Do you think that people having sufficient food is good for the country?
Yes.
Okay. Capitalism.
No. Because I can show you how a worker co-op in a steel factory would make sure that you always have good paying jobs. And you won't ship jobs overseas. You won't have supply lines cut. You won't see issues like the supply chain issues we are currently seeing if you have a worker co-op, because you remove the capitalistic incentive and then they are more productive. They produce happier workers. All research shows that.
Our worker co-ops.
So it would be helpful to the U.S. manufacturing base for us to create a bunch of worker co-ops.
Are worker co-ops currently legal?
Yeah.
If it's so good for everyone, why aren't they taking off?
Because capitalists own the means of production. We live in a hyper-capitalist society. I'm saying that the government should invest in that as good policy because it would provide jobs to people and it would strengthen the nation.
That's not the way things work, right?
It is exactly the way things work, and that is the reason why, when we were at our strongest, we had a strong manufacturing base in the 50s and 60s.
It's so obvious. It's so obvious. Show me the country where this has worked. Good.
The U.S. in the 50s and 60s.
So the majority of workers in the 50s and 60s were working in work.
No, but we were far more socialistic. We had a strong social safety net. We had smaller companies that were more diverse.
Social safety net is different than saying we shouldn't have these companies be allowed to be owned by private individuals and they should be worker co-ops.
I guess.
Okay. So then you say, right, when I asked you for an example, you're like, it's so obvious. All the evidence shows that if we just had worker
Well, there's been actual research on it.
better for everyone. It would be better for everyone. And I say, oh, that's cool.
Well, no, it would be it would not be better for everyone. It would not be good for the capitalist class.
If it's so obvious, then you could show me the country where this has worked out. And you're like, well, in the United States in the 50s. Oh, you mean when private property was largely taking off and we had massive corporations and, we had No. We had high corporate tax rates. We had much smaller corporations. Again, that even if that's true, which actually the real
It is.
Weren't as high as people let on.
Oh, dude, it's more of that shit.
Again, how does that
Man,
answer?
everyone is tired of your bullshit. You will not let me talk. You won't ever let me focus on a point. And you laughing hysterically. Just really like. I argue by pointing out fallacious reasoning from dumb fucks. Right-wingers are absolute morons. Yeah, I'm gonna try to wrap this up, guys. I mean, like, how in the fuck am I supposed to do anything with this shit? The dude is just... So you believe... I know he's still talking. It's hilarious. But thank you, Rob, for giving me that one clip of you looking like an absolute fucking maniac. That was fantastic.
Co-ops that had nothing to do with the government owning the means of production.
I haven't been listening to you, dude. Let's wrap this up. Everybody is done with your stupid shit.
You know that free market system that had a higher tax rate?
Nobody is listening to you, dude. So you want to do the pleasantries, and we'll sign off.
I'd say,
oh, did he mute me?
Higher corporate tax rate. That's what I would say. I wouldn't say, well, I want a system where the government owns the energy industry and the government owns all of these other industries. And then many other industries are owned by worker co-ops. Because if I said that, I would expect you to say, well, can you show me an example of that working? And if I said, yeah, that system right there, 50s United States, and I said, well, the 50s United States looks absolutely nothing like what you're talking about. In fact, it is far more capitalistic than what you're suggesting.
No, it's not. Oh my God.
That proves that the worker co-ops and the government owning the energy industry, that proves that it's good. Because the
Once again, straw manning me.
high corporate tax rate's completely different than saying we should have mandated worker co-ops and the government should own the means of production and things like that. That's a completely different system. Now, everyone can see that. Everyone, even if you agree with socialism, you would look at him and go, yeah, as a socialist, I'm not advocating 1950s America as sort of what I see as the beacon for the peak of socialism. In fact, traditionally what they say is things like, they'll say things like this. Some of them say, well, the healthcare system in Cuba, or they might say the Scandinavian countries that are more democratic.
I'm sorry, fuck Nazis.
Modeled more to what I'm saying. But they wouldn't
I tried to be good with this, but like this is impossible.
Like that. We have worker co-ops.
Hey Rob, will you talk to can we wrap
point to is actually 1950s America where none of that shit existed whatsoever. They wouldn't do that. Now, that's the point I was trying to get out. I understand that this fucking idiot didn't want me to get through that because he's going to try to spin out sometime 1950s America means that we should have worker co-ops and we should have government owning the means of production and things like that. It's clearly bullshit, as anyone with half a fucking brain could see. Okay, you're welcome now to go ahead and talk and tell us why 1950 shows that we should have government own the energy industry and forced worker co-ops. Go ahead.
Hey Rob, it was a pleasure coming on with you. I would encourage his audience to look up all the fallacies he pulled on me. It was incredibly dishonest, but I had fun. I love doing debates like this.
By the way, I muted myself and not you.
Well, you are pretty dumb, so
that was a dumb move. I'll make the point. If I was saying that I want a system where the government owns the means of production of things like energy, and I want worker co-ops for a bunch of other,
I'll make the point that you need to quit trying to speak for me because it is incredibly intellectually dishonest. You never let me finish what I was saying, and you have been a rude piece of shit.
Good this time. I wouldn't say that the system that proves.
Hey, Curious, sir, it's over. Oh. My, she is yelling in there. I'm sorry. I mean, that was nuts. Everybody told me exactly what he would do. I was prepared for it. I should not have went down the Hillary Clinton, George. I was prepared for that. I knew not to take the bait on that red herring, and I fucked up. I needed to keep it in my lane, and I didn't. I went where he took me, but my God. Maybe the 30-minute setup with moderator would have been a better way to do it with that dumb fuck. Yeah, I'm sorry, Venus, but also I've got 31 people in here right now. I am happy to provide sources for a lot of the things that I made claims for. Please come back tomorrow. I will deal with those at the top of the show. Or if you don't get a chance to make it back in time for the stream, anything that he asked me for sources for that it seemed like I didn't have a source for, I will have at the top of the show. You can go back and watch it at the beginning of the YouTube stream. Did you not catch the opening? Because, like, You can't say I didn't bring receipts when I started with, my argument. Go back and watch the beginning of it. I had sources for everything I said. And I told him specifically at the beginning that I did not want to argue about personalities and he said, she said stuff. And that's exactly what I got roped into. So that was my fault. Wheaties, I don't even know, man. Also, I love your name. Persecuted Christians? In which point in history? Do you want to talk about all the groups Christians persecuted? Yeah, the Russian subsource, and you guys know that's exactly where I didn't want to go. I'm just like, ugh. It was, Mox, it was. Other than the fact that it's more publicity and it's more visibility for the channel. That's why I'm doing these things. I like debating people. They do hate potheads an awful lot, don't they? Every time. They're alcoholics, possibly. I don't know. Ain't nothing wrong with being an alcoholic. I ain't gonna judge you. Everybody got their vices. Are you too mad at me to refill my coffee? I think she's still mad at me. Oh, you think he won, Sassy? I mean, I was not so much that he made me look bad, but he drugged me down that hole, and I knew that's exactly what he was going to do, and I shouldn't have let that happen. I'm usually incredibly good at reframing and keeping things on the subjects I actually know about. Yeah, no one won on that. Coolio died. Aw. Would you quit yelling shit I can't understand? Well, if you're talking to me, I can't hear you because I have headphones on. Oh, you were being sarcastic. Wait, what? Or were you being sarcastic about Coolio? Who are you talking to? All I'm hearing is wah, 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 wah. She knew this was happening tonight. No, okay, Coolio died. Oh, sarcastic about Rob winning. I mean, like I wasn't that big of a Coolio fan, but I hate that he died. Am I hallucinating? I don't think so. Well, thank you, old school. I mean, I feel like people that actually know the rules of logical inference will be like, Justin was right. He called out his dirty rhetorical tactics everywhere that he used them. Chuffle? Dude, no one said socialism is the solution to all the world's problems. You guys love making straw man arguments. I just don't get it. And the thing about Raw was like I even tried to like wrap it up with him and have pleasantries at the end, and he kept talking. Wow. What, did I just hung up on him because he wouldn't stop fucking talking? And I might, usually that's the criticism people level at me, right? That I talk over everybody and I don't let them talk. Did I say Putin is a communist? I don't know what I just said. Oh, well, here's the thing. It's me, PTP. what he did was actually straw manning, though. Are you saying that it makes me sound like a child is weird? Makes me sound like somebody who knows the rules of logical inference. The person who is like and keeps straw manning people, they're the ones that sound like a child. You misrepresented someone's argument to make it easier to attack. By exaggerating, misrepresenting, or just completely fabricating someone's argument, it's much easier to present your own position as being reasonable. But this kind of dishonesty serves to undermine honest, rational debate. So anytime that you hear somebody like, so what you said was blah, 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 they're usually straw manning. Not always, but good rule of thumb is to consider that a straw man. Yeah, it did kind of make me look bad to not have sources for some of the things that I said, but like, the topic was the FBI, and I had all kinds of sources, and sources I didn't even get to. Sources I didn't even get to when it came to the FBI. And then political violence by affiliation. There's the Senate Intelligence Committee report. Well, it's me, PTP, if he strawmanned me 200 times. That's an issue. Because once again, I very straight up stated some of my positions at the beginning of the debate as to, I am not here to defend XXX. I do not take this position. I am a leftist. This is blah. I literally said that. And multiple times, he disregarded that to frame me as something that I'm not. The obscure points of Russiagate. So, but I've got fun stuff to talk about. We've got fun show. I specifically left off the shitty shit, like the police killing the young girl. The murder pack, all that stuff is going to be talked about tomorrow. Tonight, we're just going to do stupid shit. Yes, fun times. We're going to watch Lizzo play a 200-year-old flute. we're gonna hear Dr. Oz make John Fetterman sound even more based. I mean, he was slightly bigger than me and probably averages just a few more viewers than me, so I was using him. Kick authority in the balls. Keeps making him sound more and more based. Also, Biden shouted out a congressperson who's been dead for a few months now. Now, I said fun time, but I kind of lied to you because we're going to have to open up talking about the hurricane. Which is not a fun time if you are in Florida currently.
Administrator Deanne Criswell, just from your perspective, tell us what you're able to do and what you have in place to help Florida.
Yeah, Nicole,
And I'm not
thanks so
high
much
enough for this shit.
letting me join the show today. We have been preparing for the potential impacts from Hurricane Ian for several days now, and we knew that the storm was going to be significant in size. And as we continued to see it increase in the potential strength into what we're seeing now, we made sure that we had pre-positioned resources to support what we were going to know we were going to see with the impacts from storm surge and from the rain, with search and rescue being one of our first priorities, making sure we had enough resources to go in and help people that didn't evacuate or are inland with some of this inland flooding. We know people are going to need assistance, and so we have a great team positioned, ready to support that. Then we're going to focus on power. We know that there's so many critical facilities in Florida, so many individuals that are medically dependent on power. We want to make sure that we have the right resources to get that restored as quickly as possible. But we've also brought in generators to support critical facilities as needed.
When you think about or try to get your brain around how much water is moving over so much of that state, what sorts of sort of medium and long-term housing can be put in place for some of the most vulnerable Floridians impacted by this storm?
Yeah, we are going to see tragic impacts as a result of this storm. And the water is just going to be significant. When we're talking 10 to 15 feet of storm surge on the coast, and we're talking about 20, even 24 inches of rain on the inland, where it doesn't actually have anywhere to go, we are going to see impacts to the housing, to the homes across the state. We've been working really closely with our partners at the American Red Cross.
I mean, I can't wait to clip that section of him like going nuts on me and like laughing hysterically while he misrepresented my position. Please stop talking to me. I can't hear what you're saying. Fucking shit. Yes, I realize you're upset because I had a debate. What's up, Venus Blood Flow? Thank you for the resub. You are awesome. I know. The can of that reminded me of the Sam Cedar debate. Was it Walter Block, that libertarian professor, kept yelling, "Let me finish! Let me finish! Can I finish?" So I had a Sam Cedar type moment there. Like, he really did dominate, right? Like, I just sat back and let him talk a lot. Which is not like me. You guys get the update on Ian. We're moving on. Not from Ian. We got other stories. I'm going to show you how the hurricane sucked up the water on the coast. It is wild. If you've not seen this video, prepare yourself. Socks is coming in here now that the yelling is over. Apparently he was traumatized. Oh, goddamn. Sorry, Soxy Bud. Well, shit. Oh, there we go. Here is the video of the ocean sucking up the water on the coast. It's fucking eerie looking. See where this was taken at? This is off the coast of Tampa Bay, which was originally in the direct path, but I think it hit a little more in the central part of the state, a little further down from Tampa. Yeah, I think it ended up hitting down here as opposed to like right here. Came up like this way. Still Tampa right in the path, but wow, what a fucking wild picture. Water from the storm, not its winds, creates the highest risk to human life. Federal Emergency Management Agency Administrator Deanne Criswell noted. She cautioned that flood dangers don't end with the storm's passing. And talking about fucking floods, let me show you some video of the cars submerged during the rains earlier today. This is the parking lot in Vanderbilt Beach. A parking lot in Vanderbilt Beach. Oh no, they're playing cat roulette with the door right now. This is drone footage from right before the hurricane made landfall. Look at how eerie this shit is. Dustin, do you really want him to come back and debate another topic in 2 weeks? I think Jackson Hinkle and I will have a much more productive conversation. Not saying that it's happening. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know that Rob and I will encounter each other again. Maybe. Who knows? Now, here's a shit story I'm going to give you, but I wanted to highlight it because too many Americans are facing eviction or are being evicted. A Tampa tenant is facing eviction, fearing landlord won't let him back in after the storm passes. With Hurricane Ian bearing down on Florida, Kenny Lofton, 63, faced two equally awful scenarios on Wednesday: being evicted from his apartment by his landlord or being evicted by the storm. Lofton said he knew staying put could be dangerous, but feared leaving his apartment in North Tampa for a shelter because he might not have a home to come back to when the hurricane finally passes. "Home packing my belongings," Lofton said in an interview. "I have no clue where to go." Lofton is one of more than 2 million people in Florida who were asked to pack up and evacuate before Hurricane Ian made landfall south of Tampa. But he is also facing eviction Friday because, with rising prices, his government housing assistance is no longer enough to pay the rent. Thanks, Brandon. Here's a fun story. A Fox meteorologist apparently accidentally drew a huge penis and testicles included while tracking Hurricane Ian.
What you think you see is all kind of tracks here over Florida and fewer over here. Well, that's just because the Europe
Sassy making it rain.
Makes more. At this, what you think you see is all kind of tracks here over Florida and fewer over here. Well, that's just because
that is a dick and balls. That be a dick and balls. Florida is a big cock, so it fits. Then the last hurricane story tonight, we have the meteorologist drawing a dick on the map, and then we have this dude. Because, you know, it's America, and that's Florida, and of course, that dude is doing exactly that. Right-wingers are morons. I still can't get over it. There's a double standard in the FBI. But they've overwhelmingly targeted the left. Like, one of the first things that I read is why I purposely... Oh, I don't have my notes up anymore. Like, that was one of the first things that I read, that despite most of the violence coming from the right wing, the FBI overwhelmingly targeted the left. And it was an Intercept article, and it was a report by a government watchdog group. That was like one of the first fucking things I said. And then his was like, well, you agree with me. They're corrupt, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, actually, I think that the double standard is like the rich and powerful get away with a bunch of shit. And that it took Trump a hell of a lot to even get the FBI to investigate him. So I don't know, but there's a double standard. But also, like, the FBI is totally targeting leftists too. And I should believe in the double standard because they're targeting leftists. And really, I will provide sources for all the shit that I said that I didn't have sources for tomorrow at the beginning of the show. Because that's the kind of person I am. It's going to eat me alive tonight. They are doing everything they can to try not to arrest Trump. It's insane. This dude wants to talk like there's some cabal out to get Trump. And I never could get to that point just because we had to argue about dude being a because, like, here's the thing is I don't know him being investigated for being a Russian asset in 2008. I don't know the details behind that. I don't know what that piece of information entails. I don't know what him being paid by the FBI. Why did the FBI pay him? I don't accept his reasoning. I don't have evidence. But they paid him to cover up their tracks. Like, all right, when we come back, we're going to talk about the Nord Stream pipeline in Europe being sabotaged. Meanwhile, speaking of Trump, he is offered to broker a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. President Biden shouts out a congresswoman wanting to know where she's at. She's in a grave. She's in a grave. She's been dead for a while now. Dr. Oz continues to make John Fetterman sound way cooler than what he is. Lizzo played a 200-year-old flute that belonged to one of the founding fathers. And the commercial break thing hasn't come up yet. I've been trying to kill usually it comes up at like 10 till. Gotta sit here and talk to you guys for a few more minutes, and then I can run the Twitch commercial break and try to get it out of the way. I did see some people complain about the commercial breaks. Yes, Justin is a capitalist. Yes, Justin wants to make some money off of this endeavor. Oh, am I out of breath or something? You kept telling me to breathe, and I didn't think I was like all that worked up. I thought he was pretty worked up, Sassy. Yep, Venus, they will side with the neo-libs, or the neo-libs will side with the fascists before leftists. Absolutely. This idea that leftists are overrepresented. Oh, you thought he could see your... I think he could see this feed. Like, what would have looked like my camera actually had the Troll Patrol feed. Because I didn't think to turn on my split cam. Oh, you weren't telling me? He probably could. He probably could see your comments. I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of have a headache after that. Like that. You know, I think we were all annoyed by that one. And I've been doing really good with debates here lately. I think I've done a good job of being calm and cool and trying to have rational discussions. And I tried to start with him like that, I thought. But man, he just would not shut up. And be like, respond to all of the shit that I just said. And then my other favorite part was when I accused him of doing a gish gallop. And then like I said like one statement and he's like, you're gish galloping. And I'm like, you don't know what that word means. You know, I put him on the defensive. Like, I'd done such a good job of disarming him by, like, complimenting, or not complimenting, but, like, you know, telling him I hope his kid gets better. And Curiouser told me not to say that because, like, you don't mean it. Don't say it. And I'm like, it's a psychological thing. I was like, I'm owning him. I'm coming in with my big dick. And I'm also letting him know I did my homework. But yeah, I put him on the defensive when I started talking about, like, don't do this to me now. And then he proceeded to do it the entire fucking time. I was like, I don't like the way you frame your opponent's arguments. Constantly strawman them. I'm very glad to have the clip where I'm talking about like the regimented society and then he completely goes nuts. That's going to be so fun to watch back. Oh my God, it's going to be so much fun. All right, I got the commercial break now. I do this to try to get them out of the way for everybody when I'm not doing a debate. We do a commercial break. I take a tinkle, refill my drink. We come back. Nobody misses any content. And when we come back, we're going to talk about Fetterman kicking authority in the balls. We're going to watch Lizzo play James Madison's flute. It's going to be a lot of fun. On the other side of the break, here on the Troll Patrol, live. Gwyneth Paltrow is one of the biggest stars on Earth. An actress, a singer, an author, an entrepreneur. She is an Academy Award winner and owner of a successful lifestyle brand, albeit with a questionable name. Why then is she stealing her ideas from a barely known comedian from Appalachia? Earlier this year, Paltrow launched her "This Candle Smells Like My Vagina" product under her Goop brand. There's just one little issue, Miss Paltrow. I came up with the idea for pussy candles back in 2013. It's from my stand-up comedy routine, Pussy in the Morning, where I coined the concept of a vagina-scented perfume I called Eau de Toit. The next line in that routine goes a little something like this.
And that inspired me to create a scented candle, which also looks like a vagina and smells like a turned-on vagina. So you burn it, you get the smell of vagina, and then after it's finished, it looks like a freshly fucked pussy, all floppy and sloppy.
So, since Miss Paltrow is clearly infringing on an idea I had that long predates her product, I would like a cut of that $75 she's charging for her ripped-off cunt candle. Please donate to my legal fund by visiting my Patreon. Show this bougie liberal elitist that she can't steal her ideas from the hardworking people of America's heartland. And I will use the money from that settlement to bring affordable pussy-scented candles to market. Available to all the masses, not just Elton John. Elton John? Why does he like the smell of pussy? I love how Phoebe is always like, I want to fight. I love your gumption. So you guys are talking about like who the Dems could possibly pick in 2024, and like I just so happened to have a piece of news for you about that. I wasn't going to do this story tonight, but I guess I can since you guys mention it. Bernie Sanders leaves door open to 2024 White House run. This was September 27th, so this is about 2 days ago. Bernie Sanders on Monday said he hadn't yet decided whether he will make another bid for the White House. So, do we actually have a clip of this?
'22 is just 6 weeks away at this point, and in some states, voters are already.
I mean, at this point in time, you gotta ride the Bernie train again because we don't have a deep bench yet. We've got some really good representatives, but they aren't seasoned enough yet. The one representative I thought might be there would be Katie Porter, and that's who I was really getting behind, but it doesn't appear that she has those aspirations just yet. So the only person who has the infrastructure, the name value that could actually pull it off, even if it is just yet another move the party left symbolic run, is Bernie Sanders. So I will ride the Bernie train one more time.
Already casting their ballots. According to the latest CBS Battleground Tracker poll, here's where things stand. Republicans are still very likely to recapture the House of Representatives, but Democrats do have some momentum there. Over on the Senate side, that remains a true toss-up with close races all across the country. So, what should Democrats be focusing on?
I will tell you, old school, that other than just this interview and him being coy about it, he has set up some of the infrastructure that you would need in order to make a 2024 run. Like, it's ready to go. So there are other hints that Bernie is indeed going to run again.
On between now and November. Let's talk to an independent about it. Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont is here. Senator, good morning.
Boy, does he look happy.
I sat down just the other day with Rick Scott, a Republican senator, and he talked a bit about the Republican priorities. They are saluting the flag, learning that America is great, education. They don't want people asking about race or ethnicity on any government forum. That's their second priority. Immigration is 4, crime is 3rd. On immigration, they want to build the wall, and they want to end what they say is immigration without assimilation. That's the Republicans. Where do you think Democrats need to be?
Well, I think what Democrats have to recognize is that right now we are living in a society where the people on top
We live in a society
doing phenomenally well, and working people are falling further and further behind. So we need an agenda that speaks to the needs of working people. What does that mean? It means that we have got to end the absurdity of being the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. Health care is a human right. We pay twice as much per capita on health care because the insurance companies make zillions of dollars every single year. Now, you want to know what we should do? We should have the guts to take on the pharmaceutical industry. Charges us 10 times more for particular drugs than the people of any other country. We should raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We should expand Social Security because half of the elderly people in this country trying to get by on $25,000.
Sounds like we need to make America great again.
You want a strong country? You want a great country? You make sure that every kid, regardless of income, has the opportunity to get a college education, not leave school deeply in debt. That means making public colleges and universities tuition free. And you know what, Tony? Everyone.
And I just want to point out that, like, not talking about policy like this and talking about dumb shit like quarter-page FISA warrants is exactly what the right wing does in order to distract.
One of these ideas is enormously popular because we're going to pay for it by telling the billionaire class, who in some cases pay nothing in federal taxes, they're going to have to start paying their fair share.
You don't have majorities to get any of it done at the moment. I guess that's what it's about. One way that wages might go up, and this goes to working people as well, is making college more affordable. There's a controversial move right now from the Biden administration to forgive $400 billion, according to CBO, in student loans. Most people in this country still do not go to college. So that means that's a benefit for a minority of us. And it's controversial. Where do you stand on it?
Well,
it's not controversial.
The Trump administration gave $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1% and large corporations. When you have major corporations today, some of the biggest in this country make billions of dollars a year in profit, don't pay a nickel in taxes. You know what? I think it is appropriate to tell.
Not only don't pay a nickel in taxes, we give $6 trillion a year. Just give $6 trillion a year to the oil industry. The entire amount of student loan debt in this country is $1.75 trillion. That's over the last, since we've been keeping track for the last 32 years. We give the fossil fuel industry $6 trillion in 1 year. That's almost enough to pay off all student loan debt 3 times over.
A younger generation that in many ways has a standard of living which is lower than their parents that we are going to help. What was their crime? They wanted to go to college. I have talked to people, medical school, nursing school, leave school $100,000 in debt. That's insane. So I think we need to help those people. But I think, Tony, the point that we got to get back to, we don't talk about it on TV very much. We don't talk about it in Congress very much. You got 3 people in America who own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Gap between the very rich and everybody else is growing wider. Maybe, just maybe, we demand that the people on top start paying their fair share of taxes.
I have a question for you.
They were stunned.
Because clearly you have not lost your enthusiasm. And I speak to you as a fellow.
Here we go.
Somebody told me this morning, Senator Sanders.
Let's get into it.
Well, Gil, you're a senior citizen. I go, I am? What's the definition of a senior citizen? Anyone over the age of 65. So you're 81, President Biden is 79. And there is a group of younger politicians who say, now is the time to let the younger generation come through.
And most Americans, according to numerous polls, including a CBS poll, say, yes, there should be age limits. And in fact, the older people support age limits more than younger people.
Yeah.
Where are you on that question, Mr. 81-year-old?
Excuse me, what did you say?
God, I love him.
Look, this is what I think. You can't categorize everybody. You're different than everybody.
Yeah.
We're all different.
Yeah.
You got to look at the individual. But what I think.
Well, see, that's the cool thing about Bernie is that he will platform the younger generation. And he is all for that. And that's why, like, we have to use Bernie as a jumping off point. But man, his response to that was hilarious. He is so razor sharp.
What we do, guys, is we look too much at race, at gender, at age. What does somebody stand for?
Yeah.
What are their views? Do you agree with them? Are they standing for you? Or are they standing for the big money interest? And obviously, you want people who are competent, who are capable of the energy. I mean, my God, to be president of the United States requires an enormous amount of energy. But I would say, first of all, take a look at what people stand for. And we don't do that enough. We're too much into personality.
What people stand for and what are their capabilities.
Right.
Listen, I sit here, I can't imagine doing this job at 81 saying, Tony and Nate, do you have my sensible shoes? I can't imagine doing that, but who knows?
Yeah.
But as you sit here at 81 and Joe Biden's 79, do you think he should run again for the presidency?
Well, that's his decision.
I know it's his decision.
Joe is a friend of mine, and I think against enormous opposition, he has tried to do some very, very good things, and he will make that decision himself. But I think, again, and you're not going to hear this much on corporate television, if I may say so. What we need is, Gail, what we need is people.
What do you think?
What do I think? That's his decision.
Yeah.
No, that's not. That's his decision.
All right.
What I think is we need millions of people to start reclaiming their country and demanding an economy that works for all. We have got to deal with the fact oil companies, huge profits, food companies, huge
He brought it back to what matters.
to fill up a tank of gas. So
Do you plan to run again?
that's something, I haven't made that decision. Right now, my focus, and I'll be going around the country, dealing with trying to elect often young progressives, often young people of color.
Exactly. Young progressives. And that was one of the things that so attracted me to him was that, like, at the start of a debate, they would do the opening statements where, like, I have 5 grandkids and blah, blah, blah. Bernie's like, we need health care in this country. Does not even mention any. I'm Bernie Sanders and we need health care in this country. We need a living wage. Just bam, right to policy. And that is what I appreciate. And he did a fantastic job of reframing the discussion.
Yeah.
Who are prepared to stand up for working families and take on big money interests.
I want to ask you about the
democracy itself.
Me too. Go ahead.
I mean, about the January 6th committee. They're having their last hearing this week.
Yeah.
What have you seen?
Tomorrow.
What have you heard that has maybe given you the idea that they could possibly charge former President Trump?
Well, look, one of the saddest things, in politics, I have conservative friends, and I hope people respect each other.
Damn right, old school.
Of course, of course.
But what we have seen in recent years is a Republican Party move very far to the right, and in many respects, no longer believe in democracy. What January 6th was about is essentially an attempt to overturn the United States government and prevent the guy who won the election from taking office.
Not everybody sees it that way.
Well, I know. That's the way I see it. I was in the building at the time.
Some people are using the word
Senator, most voters are worried about democracy for the reasons that you're laying out here. So what can you do as a senator? What's your role in fixing it?
Well, all right. Now, I'm going to give you a different answer than other people do. And my answer is that right now, a lot of people are losing faith in government. If you were a worker out there, and your job went to China, your job went to Mexico, you're making less than you used to make, your kid can't afford to go to college, you can't afford health care, and somebody puts a 30-second ad up on CBS, said, vote for me. You say, go to hell. You're all the same. You're not doing anything for me. You want to restore democracy? Have a government that works for ordinary people and has the guts. So, by the way, when you talk about
public financing campaigns,
you understand that right now billionaires are putting hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into TV ads. So my advice to the viewers, when you see a TV ad, kind of ask yourself which billionaire is funding it and why. What do they want? How many more tax breaks do they want? How much more corporate welfare do they want? Ask that question.
Do you think all billionaires are bad?
No, I don't. But I think when you have enormous, terrible and inequality in America, when you got...
I don't think all billionaires are inherently bad, but I think they are incentivized to behave very badly.
Billionaires buying islands and buying jet planes, and we got people sleeping out on the street. I do not believe that is what this country is supposed to be about. So, again, you're not going to hear it much on corporate television. I happen to believe that we need redistribution of wealth in this country. We need to protect the middle class and working class, and the billionaires cannot have it all. That's my view.
This phrase, redistribution of wealth, is not one you hear from other Democrats.
No, you don't. But you know what, Tony? This is an important point. There has been a massive redistribution of wealth in the last 50 years. Did you know that?
I among heading in one direction.
It's gone in the wrong direction. Exactly.
Yep.
Massive. We're talking about trillions of dollars going into the 1% while the working class and the middle class become poorer. We have to deal with that issue.
I hear what you're saying. Senator Sanders, thank you so much.
Right.
And people act like this happens in a vacuum or something, that resources and wealth are infinite, and they're not. And some dude the other day literally said to me, someone else being rich doesn't make you poor. And I said, yes, that's literally how it works. There is only so much of the pie. And Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and they're not the only ones. There's like fucking 400 billionaires. There's too many goddamn billionaires. And I don't even know that it's a small percentage. I don't think you can become a billionaire without unethical means. I honestly don't. I think you might be able to become a millionaire and be ethical, but I don't think you can become a billionaire ethically. And Sassy, hopefully, this all is a palate cleanser. I tried to put together a show that is fun. It's a fun troll patrol. But Bernie wasn't like you guys were just talking about, running in 2024, and I just happened to have this, so I wasn't even going to do the Bernie Sanders thing. I was actually going to start with this quickly. Just like 1 minute of actual news, and then we get to the bullshit. European officials suspect sabotage after leaks were discovered in 2 undersea pipelines.
Leaks are under investigation. Their initial report indicating that this may be the result of an attack or some kind of sabotage, but these are initial.
I am so sorry. I thought I muted my mic, and then I coughed right into it. My apologies.
Reports, and we haven't confirmed that yet. But if it is confirmed, that's clearly in no one's interest.
I actually dropped by Hassan today. 2 underwater explosions were recorded before leaks were found. The Nord Stream 1 and 2, both pipelines, are not operational, or were not. Use past tense, so they may have got them working again. Gas from the ruptured pipelines is bubbling to the surface. I just want to touch on that because I didn't get a chance to talk about it yesterday. And then I would like to point out that it's okay. It is okay. The war in Ukraine, Russia, all that shit's going to come to an end. We have a savior. Donald Trump. Donald Trump offers to broker a peace deal between Ukraine, USA, and Russia. Since it appears that the current occupant of the White House has been and we're reading from some fucking right-wing propaganda site. I don't even fucking know what the hell it is. Since it appears that the current occupant of the White House has been unable to do so, former President Donald Trump has offered to broker a peace deal between Ukraine, USA, and Russia. So we're going to read from The Art of the Deal. We're going to read from his Truth Social Truthing. His truths that he truthed out. Everyone is talking about the big hurricane barreling into Florida, as they should be. But perhaps a far more important event in the longer term was the announcement that the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines out of Russia, which I brought to the world's attention as president when I explained how crippling reliance on it could be for Germany and other parts of Europe. Wait, did he ever close the parentheses? Fuck. Everybody laughed at the time. We're still laughing, sir. Everybody laughed at the time, but they are not laughing anymore. Has been sabotaged. Fuck. This could lead to major escalation or war. Sir, there's already a war going on. U.S. leadership should remain cool, calm, and dry on the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipelines. This is a big event that should not entail a big solution, at least not yet. The Russian-Ukraine catastrophe should never have happened and would definitely not have happened if I were president. Do not make matters worse with the pipeline blow-up. Be strategic. Be smart. Brilliant. Get a negotiated deal done now. Both sides need and want it. The entire world is at stake. Will I head up group? I mean, like, I know he doesn't do drugs, but that just seems like somebody who was on some speed. I don't know. It's like 2 sentences. And the parentheses with multiple sentences inside of it run on to like fuck. Yeah, it feels like somebody that was definitely high. Maybe Biden was high earlier. Maybe he's just senile when he shouted out a congresswoman that's been dead for a few months.
The secretary tonight is explaining a mistake the president made during a press conference today, saying that the president planned to welcome the family of the late Indiana Representative Jackie Walsh to the White House, but the president instead said this.
And I want to thank all of you here for including bipartisan elected officials like Representative Governor, Senator Braun, Senator Booker, Representative Jackie. Are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here.
Representative.
Yes, sir. She's not going to be there. She did. She did.
Come on, man.
Jackie Walsh died in a car crash in northern Indiana last month.
Oh, was it last month? I felt like I was still at the old apartment when that happened. I was like, I thought it was a couple of months ago. It was just last month. Oh. She got detained in traffic. Oh. Bernier is livelier than 2010 Biden. Oh, Biden in 2010 was still a live wire. Even compared to like 2015 when he was leaving the White House, man, like he was giving interviews. He was still sharp. He has definitely declined in the last 5-6 years. Dr. Oz is getting dragged on Twitter for saying his Democratic opponent, John Fetterman, looks like he's kicking authority in the balls, just making him sound so fucking badass. Oh. See, where is the clip? Yes, I'm banned from Twitter.
Costume a little bit, because it's an interesting phenomenon. I was stunned by it as well. But it turns out that if you're a far left radical with the belief that this country is irredeemably stained, you just want to break it apart. Just bust America.
Is it the far left radicals that are talking about the country being... What did he say? What was the word that he used?
Stained. You just want to...
Unredeemably?
With the belief that this country is irredeemably stained.
Irredeemably stained. Like, the dude I was talking to earlier, Rob, like, didn't he seem like the one that felt like the country was irredeemably stained? Like, wasn't he talking about, like, you know, corruption in both parties are in, blah, 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 blah.
You just want to break it apart. Just bust America. Yeah. Crack it to its base. Break it asunder and rebuild it with your toxic ideology. That's what he stands for. When he dresses like that, it's not an accident. He's kicking authority in the balls. Yeah. He said, hey, I'm the man. I'll show those guys who's boss. I'm going to not allow any traditional path to succeed. Because by breaking some parts of it down, I can break it all down. That's the deeper message he's delivering. I want to push back on the costume a little bit because it's an interesting phenomenon. The
costume.
But
the costume. The dude just wearing like a Carhartt jacket is wearing a costume to Dr. Oz. Meanwhile, and this one I might have to hit the content warning for. Hopefully it's still funny. From the Senate race in Pennsylvania to the Senate race in Georgia, Republican Herschel Walker invokes Jesus to dismiss holding a gun to his wife's head. What would Jesus do? This is the clip. No. This is the clip. So here's what Herschel Walker had to say about his domestic violence.
And does my opponent believe in redemption, who's been a pastor? That's what's so funny. And I say that because I'm not going to get into what has happened with him in his past. I want him to do what's going on with his policy. And he's talking about something that I was a part of over 15 years ago, maybe even longer. Over 15 years ago, well, you know, he without sin cast the first stone. And does my opponent believe in redemption, who's been a pastor? That's what's so funny. And I say that.
How old is this dude? Did he beat a wife like 50 years ago, or his girlfriend? What? 50 years ago? Herschel is asked about domestic violence allegations from 2001 through 2008. That at different times he held a gun to his wife's head and a straight razor to her throat. Oh, he said 15. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he said 50 years ago, and I'm like, what? We can't even go over all the crazy claims that Herschel Walker has made. I don't even know what to think about this story. This probably doesn't fall in the fun category either, but here we go. A second grader was instructed to send pictures of you doing reading homework in a bathtub. This happened in Florida, and it certainly wasn't like a liberal indoctrination thing where they're grooming kids. This happened at a Christian school.
Looking for a new school for their 8-year-old daughter after she was removed from the classroom after parents questioned a homework assignment. This is the controversial homework handed out by a local Christian school. Second grade students were asked to send a picture of you doing reading homework in the bathtub. Action News Jack's Megan Moriarty is live at Victory Christian Academy.
Matt Gaetz was visiting that day. Oh my God.
Who spoke with say this is sending the wrong message to kids.
John and
So, for those of you who might be listening to the podcast, it apparently cited a... Here, let me see if I can pause it here.
Daughter came home
in the bathtub.
Psalm 24, 1 through 2. Practice Psalm 24, 1 and 2. The earth is the Lord, and the fullness thereof, the world, and that they dwell thereon, or therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. So, number 2, that doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, what the fuck indeed?
Action News Jack's Megan Moriarty is live at Victory Christian Academy on the north side. Megan, the parents you spoke with say this is sending the wrong message to kids.
John and Tanika, their second grade daughter.
Well, at least they're not transing the kids, right?
Homework, and the assignment was telling her to do her reading homework in the
Meat Cakes, good evening.
Photo of it. She told her parents that she didn't feel comfortable doing that. Days later, she was removed from the school on administrators' behalf. Misty and Christopher Dunham were shocked to see their 8-year-old's homework assignment earlier this week.
Proceeded to read to me that she needed to do her reading homework in the bathtub. I sent a picture of her doing it and specifically told her to stop, and you will not.
This is a picture of that homework assignment. Parents are supposed to sign off on the homework, but the Dunhams noted that their daughter would not be taking part in that activity.
Emailed the teacher, hey, you may want to explain this, send something out to the parents, let them know what the intentions are. This just does not sound okay. She did send a message stating you should be in pajamas, be in your uniform, have fun with it. but it didn't set right.
Misty reached out to the school administration and later to police to document the incident. The report says the parents were told by administrators, quote, "We have been sending this homework assignment for years, and you're the only one complaining about it." Police advised the parents not to take the photo. Later, the Dunham family says they got a call from the school.
I think you guys should do a parental withdrawal for Mackenzie. And I said, I can't do that. And we refused to withdraw her. He said, okay, thank you for saying that, and continued on saying, well, we're going to proceed with an administration withdrawal.
This is the paperwork the Dunham family picked up today, indicating their daughter is no longer a student at Victory Christian Academy.
No explanation.
The Dunhams believe this sends the wrong message in 2 ways.
A bathtub is not appropriate for a child to take a picture.
She did something right by telling mom and dad that she wasn't comfortable with something, and now she's no longer in school over it.
Yep. She did the right thing.
And the school sent me a lengthy statement explaining there were no bad intentions with this assignment and the assignment was innocent. But out of an abundance of caution and for there to be no further misunderstandings, the administration has removed the assignment for future use. We have that full statement over on our website at actionnewsjax.com. I also did ask about the status of the student and why there was an administrative withdrawal, why the student was removed from the classroom. I'm told that they're working on a statement for me on that. For local coverage, you can count on Live on the North Side, Megan Moriarty, Action News Jax.
Also, Coolio died, if you guys didn't know that. I was informed earlier as I was coming on. I hope his fantastic voyage was a good one. The other night, we did the DART crashing into an asteroid. And several people in the chat was like, oh, I wish there was, a way we could have seen the other side, Photos show the plumes from the impact of NASA's DART collision with asteroid. We do actually, I guess we had a telescope that was able to catch it. The Italian Space Agency's Cube satellite captured images of the change in Dimorphos's brightness as NASA's DART probe smacked into it. So there you can see the plume. Going to the great gangsta's paradise in the sky. Good one, old school. Damn, you guys are on fire. I mean, as long as we're doing music, why not wrap this up with Lizzo, right? Lizzo did a concert in Washington, D.C. last night where the Library of Congress allowed her to play a crystal flute that was owned by James Madison. Oh shit. Well, we're gonna have to talk about that. We'll come back to you, Lizzo. That was such a good transition, too. So this husband divorce story. This is overshadowing her talking about how she wants you to shoot hogs from a helicopter. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband has filed for divorce, saying marriage was irretrievably broken in court documents. Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband, Perry Greene, filed for divorce on Wednesday, according to court documents seen by Insider. Perry Greene and the conservative congresswoman have been married for just over 27 years. In his petition, Perry Greene wrote that he and the congresswoman had been in a bona fide state of separation before he filed the papers in Floyd County, Georgia. He also added that their marriage is now irretrievably broken. However, Perry Greene also asked that the divorce be filed under seal, saying that the record will contain sensitive personal and financial information, the public disclosure of which would negatively impact the parties' privacy interests. Sounds like there's some dirt that they really don't want to come out in court papers. Marjorie Taylor Greene wants you to shoot hogs from a helicopter with her. Please tell me we have a video. Please tell me there's a video to go with this. Oh my God.
We've got skyrocketing inflation, high diesel fuel, and Democrats' America Last policies. Democrats aren't the only one destroying farmers' ability to put food on the table. We've got wild hogs destroying farmers' fields. So we decided to go hog hunting. Let's help American farmers.
Would you go hog hunting with MTG?
Go in that helicopter and go hog hunting. Enter to win now.
I'm gonna enter to win. Can you imagine how great it would be for my stream if I got to go hog hunting with Marjorie Taylor Greene? Sassy's like, I think it would be fun. I mean, do we get a fucking roast some hog afterwards? I'm gonna enter.
We've got skyrocketing inflation, high diesel fuel, and Democrats' America Last policies. Democrats aren't the only one destroying farmers' ability to put food on the table.
But do I trust her with a gun around me?
We decided to go hog hunting. Let's help American farmers out. Sign up below and let's go in that helicopter and go hog hunting. Enter to win now.
So Sassy wants to go carpool karaoke with Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's what you're saying. We'll see if we can get James Corden to get that set up. That is the one that does that, right? James Corden. I have been very much looking forward to this one, and I was hoping to see some right-wing backlash to it, but so far the right-wingers aren't flipping out. Maybe the hurricane is delaying the cope. Lizzo plays a crystal flute owned by James Madison at her Washington, D.C. concert. Apparently, this flute had never been played before, and Madison was given it as a present. Lizzo made history on Tuesday by playing a crystal flute owned by former United States President James Madison live on stage during a show in Washington, D.C. The concert at Capital One Arena was the first time in 200 years that the instrument had been played. It was the first time the 200-year-old instrument had been played. And we get to actually... Where's it at? We get to see it. It's here somewhere. Where's the link? Sorry. Got this. There it is.
Oh my God, this is crazy. Guys, I have to be really careful. So here's the story behind this flute. This was from...
Oh no!
And this was a gift to James Madison from a French crystal flute designer to celebrate his second term. There was a fire when he was away, and the only two things that were saved was a portrait of George Washington and this crystal flute right here. I am the first person to ever play it, so y'all about to
I just got chills. That's so fucking cool. Wow.
It's crystal. It's like playing out of a wine glass, bitch. So be patient.
Plus size or not, this is one of the most absolutely beautiful human being, both inside and out, on the planet. I fucking love Lizzo. What'd you say?
Bitch, I just twerked and played James Madison Crystal Flute from the 1800s. We just made history tonight. Thank you to the Library of Congress for preserving our history and making history freaking cool. History is freaking cool, you guys.
Fuck, that was it. You want to watch it again? Let's watch it again. Oh, okay. This only has 1,847 views, and that pisses me off. Hopefully several people got this, and other videos have gotten more views, because people need to see this. This is fucking awesome.
Oh my God, this is crazy. Guys, I have to be really careful. So here's the story behind this flute. This was from 1800s, and this was a gift to James Madison from a French crystal flute designer to celebrate his second term. There was a fire when he was away, and the only two things that were saved was a portrait of George Washington and this crystal flute right here.
Old school, she couldn't have done that because she would not have been treated like Donald Trump, taking property that don't belong to him.
The first person to ever play it, so y'all about to hear what it sounds like for the first time. It's crystal. It's like playing out of a wine glass, bitch. So be patient.
Oh, the look on her face.
Bitch, I just twerked and played James Madison Crystal Flute from the 1800s. We just made history tonight.
I so desperately hope that if we survive as a race, 150 years from now, there is a textbook that says, "Bitch, I just twerked to play James Madison's flute from the 1800s." Like, you know how like there'll be like the insect quote inside the textbook and everything. I want a picture of Lizzo with that fucking flute and that quote. that is a touchstone in history. Damn, girl. Get it, girl. All right. For those of you who may be new here tonight, we always wrap up the show with an animal video. And tonight, specifically, I went a cuddly animal because you guys deserve it after all that. Here's a couple. Here's a cat and a kitten. After tonight's show, everybody deserves cats. Matter of fact, I'm even going to show you one of mine. Tones, have you been lurking this whole time? I think you said hey to me, but I think you came in during the, I don't even want to call that a debate. The weird screaming fight thing that happened. Oh my God, I can't. The clip of him going nuts on me. The clip of him going nuts on me. I can't wait to watch that. They heard the Smokey and gave looks. Tones, that was just a clusterfuck. Like, I think if you cut out about 40 minutes in the middle there where I let him take me down Russiagate, which I never should have done, maybe you got something. Unfortunately, if I clip it for YouTube, it's going to have to go up in its entirety, so I can't get accused of, misrepresenting him or whatever. If you're watching on Twitch, you are heading over to Echoplex Media because of course you are. It's a Wednesday night, and it's time for the Intellectual Dollar Tree. What a oh my God. What a lineup. Producer Dave got Kai and HK Paragon tonight. Oh shit. What a fucking lineup. So you're gonna be well taken care of. My man Kai, my man HK, my man Producer Dave. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I am Justin FREAKIN. We will see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol Live. Also think I may have fucked HK's last name up. that